He's not an idiot. He's just Swedish.
Hey, folks. Hey, yeah. Bit of a rush in the end. Was trying to find some stuff. Yeah. Oh, I see people are starting to show up in the chat. Hello, David. Hello, Audra. Yeah. Today, well, now here it's 1 a.m. on June the 6th, which is Sweden's National Day. So, well, I put up the flag. I had this new banner, and I couldn't find my flag pin, so I took two party umbrellas, which roughly the right color. And yeah, so today, well, in the United States, it's still the 5th. So this is, but for convenience, because, well, I'm streaming to mostly an American audience, and yeah. So it would, and then our day off is the actual national day, not the day after. So me having a stream on the actual night of the June 6th, then I would be seriously impaired to get to work on June 7th. Yeah, so welcome here. I have invited folks to show up, and I expect David to show up eventually. I sent a link to Mo. I know Jeff is still streaming, and with Jeff is Aussie and Flux. They are invited. I invited Steph and Danny Ann and Ian Runkle and Rob. A bunch of different folks. So I hope some of them will show up eventually. So yeah, what is then the history of Sweden's National Day? Well, Sweden's National Day hasn't been around that long. Yes, Hugo is improving greatly. He still has these wrinkly leaves, but apparently that's just the way he looks. And if he chooses, yeah. Gertrude, you notice that Gertrude is not up on the shelf, and that is because Gertrude is now so tall that she doesn't fit up there. So I need to get something to so she can be in the background. This is an amazingly large. I had no idea this type of plant would grow this big, but that's the interesting stuff with chili plants. Sometimes they do unexpected things. So we'll have Gertrude there in the window, so she eventually will get. Yeah, or Gertrude is a big girl. Hello, C-Sweat. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah. Now, of course, I don't know. Oh, Cat is out somewhere. He comes and goes as he pleases, and I have no control of it. If you start hearing me shout "ow," he's in, and he's around my legs, but he's not in at the moment. Sadly, I know you somehow you enjoy him inflicting me pain, but everyone for themselves. Now, Sweden's National Day is quite a recent thing. We didn't have a National Day until 1983. And before that, it was the day of the Swedish flag. But around early 80s, the government decided the Norwegians have lots of fun, the Americans have lots of fun, many people have lots of fun on the National Day. So let's have one. And the entire nation said, we have midsummer. What's going on? What? Seriously, we have midsummer. That's our unofficial National Day. But they voted for it in the parliament, and we got ourselves a National Day. And then they needed to come up with a reason for why June 6. And so they scoured through the records, and well, more or less, it's one of the founders of the modern country of Sweden in the 1500s, Gustav Vasa. This is the day of the election of him as our king. Allegedly. Nobody's really sure what day it was. And other than that, they, well, the reasons why it's nobody really knows is because 1532, we used the old calendar. What's it called? The Julian calendar? Yeah, we used the Julian calendar then. And then 100 years later, we changed to the Gregorian calendar. And all of a sudden, every date changed. So we're actually not really sure what day that was. So they scoured the records for another thing. And, well, apparently the foundational law of 1856 was allegedly also on June 6th. So, yeah. So they chose, they chose June 6th. But it didn't show up as a holiday until 2004. Hey, Jay. Oh, thank you so much. Hey, Jay. My love of Sweden started with Bergman and continued when I learned about wonderful scientists from Uppsala University. And then there's Henning Markell. Yeah. Henning is one of Sweden's now most known authors. He writes deckare. What's the English word? Crime novels. And then Bergman, that depends on which one. We have Ingmar Bergman, who is one of the greatest directors of all time. Then you have Ingrid Bergman, and they are not related, by the way, I think. I don't really know. Very famous Swedish actress in 40s and 50s. So you have those two Bergman. That's the era of also Greta Garbo, one of the icons of Hollywood. Oh, Ingmar, yeah. And Ingmar, his movies for modern people might be, I'm not saying boring, but it's challenging to watch them. First of all, you have the language barrier, but then also it has a different pacing. Everything in the shot is thought out. Every movement, every word, every look of the eye, everything is so planned out as to create suspense, to create feelings, to interact with the audience. And yeah, so Ingmar Bergman. I don't know the English word for my favorite movie. Well, everybody knows the scene with death. Have you come for me? Yes, I have come for you. And then he out his arm and stuff like that. But my favorite is Smultronstället. Let's see. Okay. Wild Strawberries is an English name. And oh yeah, you have Fanny and Alexander, also a great one of the first events in movie. Now overall it's a great movie, but one of the things first portrayed in a movie was the guy farting into a lit candle, and that became popular to try out in Sweden at the time. I know. Yeah, maybe not what he was planning, but yeah. Scenes from a Marriage, also a great autumn sonata. Well, he has, for me, he really hasn't done a bad movie, but some are harder to watch than other. Populärmusik från Vittula. That's a good book. I read it when it came out, and I reread it maybe 10-15 years ago. That's a good book. That's a really good book. Yeah, so Ingmar Bergman, I recommend watching his movies, and but as I said, they can be a bit challenging for a modern viewer more used to Hollywood blockbusters. Now, where was I? Yeah, the National Day, and 2024, I believe it became an official holiday. Before that, so they, and instead of just have another holiday, they exchanged another holiday for the National Day, and that was quite planned out, because the previous holiday was Pingst, Wilt, I think the English word is for it, or something like that. Well, it's a month after Easter, and that day always occurs on a Monday, while the National Day is switching days. So the government gained 2 working days by that. I didn't know there was a movie. I only read the book. Now, here is a good question. Glad Sverigedag, thank you so much. Are you eating herring today? Now, the Swedish National Day is so modern that we don't eat pickled herring on the National Day. We traditionally, it's been around for not many decades. It's a picnic day if it's good weather. So you go out to the nearest national park or city park, and you have a good, nice picnic, and you hang out with friends, and then the King's Speech, and musical. You want some music all the way, and if you have the national suit, how you dress traditionally in Sweden. You have every part of Sweden have their own traditional dresses and wares. And National Picnic Day sounds good. Yeah. Everybody should have a National Picnic Day. Where was it? Yeah. I lost my trail of thought, which is quite common when Mo is around. How we dress, or traditionally dress on the National Day. You have every part of Sweden has every state of sorts have their own, and then you have the national dress. And I can just show you. This is Queen Sylvia in the Sweden dress, but every part of Sweden have their own dress of sorts, which symbolizes that part of Sweden. Well, thank you so much, Rainman. My favorite Swede is Alfred Nobel. There's no how you're calling him, my humble opinion, on blowing stuff up. Yeah, Alfred Nobel, the man who tamed nitroglycerin into dynamite. And later on, when he saw dynamite was only supposed to be used in construction and demolition, mining, but then of course, you can blow things up. That means you can blow humans up. So, and that is why he later in life, in his will, created the Nobel Peace Prize. If you didn't know, that's the very that's the short version of it as well. Yeah, Alfred Nobel. But Alfred Nobel didn't only invent dynamite. He was a chemist, engineer, but he was holding. I'm just fastly going through. He held 355 patents. So dynamite was the most famous of them, but he did invent a lot of other stuff. Peace and Literature Prize. Well, the Nobel Peace Prize is the original one. The rest came afterwards. What's my favorite place to visit in Sweden? Well, it has to be the family cottage. It's about 6 to 8 hour drive up north. It's placed near a lake. It's woods. It's not many people, and it's so calm, especially after tourist season, because it is kind of a touristy kind of place, or it became a touristy because it's so nice and quiet there. Let's everybody go there in the summer, and yeah, so I usually go there end of August, beginning of September, tourist season and over, and I can just sit down and relax. So that's my favorite place. I see here, Rayman, why I see dynamite has saved more lives than it has taken. Probably has, but that was not the purpose for Alfred Nobel to invent the dynamite. He was an engineer. He was a chemist. His aim was to improve people's lives with helping out in the mining industry with stuff like that. Is it further north than Åre? No, it's further south than Åre. Is a bit up. It's about 10 to 12 hour drive up from where I am. Oh, speaking of trouble, hey Mo.
I know. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. Happy Sweden National Day. I don't know if you have any ancestry from Sweden, or you should have from Scandinavia in some shape or form.
From my complexion, probably. Do I know? Not really.
Well, if you have Irish complexion, then probably it's a bit Scandinavian too.
By hook or by crook, I got some Norway or some Swedish in me, probably.
Okay.
That made more sense in my head.
Yeah, phrasing.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know. It's all down here from here. I can
it's
speak.
all hill, trouble hill down. Yeah. Oh, now do you have a dress like that? Like no.
No, I don't. I don't even think drunk me is going to future buy me that, but I could be wrong. Drunk me is shifty.
I'm just let's see.
Drunk me bought me light up glitter roller skates
Oh,
last year.
oh, oh,
So, you know.
yeah. Let's see here. Here's a few others of types of traditional wear. So we kind of look like, I don't know, like they came on the Mayflower of sorts. I don't know.
A little bit. We're fully cottage core.
Mm.
Sea
But
Swept, drunk me is always assuming future me is going to be coordinated.
mm,
Sea Swept was like, she could see that drunk me would buy me roller skates.
mm.
Drunk me thought we would join a roller derby gang. I mean, you know, drunk me has weird ideas.
Well, drunk me buys me stuff, but you often the things my drunk me buys me is not lethal, or potentially lethal. Yeah.
My drunk me apparently doesn't have that that
So
stop.
yeah, that doesn't your drunk you doesn't have a survival instinct.
No, it sees glitter and light up and it's like sold.
Yeah. And speaking of drunk me, that came in the mail, and I don't know what it is.
That looks scarily wrapped and rewrapped and of
Mm.
odd shape origin.
Well, it's kind of a hard package, but not a heavy
Phrasing.
package. Phrasing. Hey,
Ooh,
our babysitter is here.
wonderful
Thank
Swedish
God.
flag here.
Yeah. So Mrs. Helm is having a blast at Sweden's National Day. Well, for her, it's tomorrow.
It might be. I don't think she celebrates it. She says it's too new of a holiday.
Yeah, it is.
She's like, yeah, I guess it's a nationally recognized holiday. It's just a day off of work, is how she's treating it.
Yeah, that's how most Swedes treat it. And what is odd is that when you go out to look at people who actually celebrates Sweden's National Day, is mostly immigrants.
Is it?
Thank you for receiving us. Thank you for allowing us to be citizens. So when you are out and about in the town, the people who actually waves the flags are, well, not most, but these are the noticeable people are immigrants. And
Well, apparently, according to you, anyways, there's only one day where I can fly the Swedish flag legally. But today is actually the day I took it down because normally it's up flying.
Well, no, we do have a few days that are nationally recognized flag days.
Okay.
It used to be a hard law; you can only flag on that day, but now not so much. I'll actually.
Happy Swedish independence or modern rule from 500 years ago, right?
Yeah, King Gustav Vasa was elected. We broke out of the Kalmar Union, broke free from Denmark in 1523.
It's horrible Danes.
Yeah, horrible Danes.
They've got a weird way of thinking about things. It's good you guys separated from them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but 250 years later, we took over Denmark. So yeah, most of the Denmark-Sweden wars are about my part of where I live, Skåne. That has traded places between Denmark and Sweden a number of times during the millennia.
What is
Okay,
the
so-
castle or the ruins of the castle there along the lake as you go from Skåne to Stockholm, where the giant put the island so his girlfriend could cross, and that lake? There's like a ruins there. I've been there a couple of times. There's a castle ruins
between Skåne and Stockholm. Is it Vänern or Vättern?
I can't
remember. Yeah, you have
it's on a
Jönköping.
lake where the giant put the there's a legend that a giant a giant put a lake down in the middle of, put an island down in the middle of the lake so that he could get his girlfriend across. There's like a big metal giant off the roadway. You see it when you're driving north. Anyways, there's ruins there, but I thought
Okay.
that was like the northernmost boundary of the Danish control.
See,
of
David's
Sweden.
asking real questions, and I was just going to ask, well, is it because the guy was in a leopard skirt and carrying a canoe?
Brahe. The Brahe house. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Isn't that okay? So you do. So there's ruins there. I
Mm.
mean, it's still kind of there, but there's just some walls and stuff.
Mm.
But isn't that the northernmost part that Danish ever controlled Sweden? Okay, that's what I thought.
Somewhat. Let's see here if I can show it.
There's no Santa. What?
And I also didn't get Swedish fish because I'm trying to be good. No carbs.
So that is.
Yeah, that's the lake.
Yeah, that's the lake.
Yeah, that's the island that the giant placed so that his girlfriend could cross the lake without getting her feet wet.
Yeah, and then you have Visingsborg.
Mm-hmm. What's this? What's to the right? Over on the what's that?
That is Brahe.
That's the one. That's the one I've been to. Right there.
Yeah. I when I go up north, I usually go this route in between because I have family in this area.
I go where my in-laws tell me to go because they say that that's the best way to go.
Yeah. This is Sweden. I'm living this area, and cottage is in this area near the Norwegian border.
So I get to visit your cottage in January, right?
If you want an 8-hour drive up there. Sweden is actually much bigger than people think.
Can you zoom in a little bit towards Helsingborg? I'm probably not even saying it right.
Yeah, Helsingborg.
Yeah.
Mm.
There we go. That's where I hang out when I'm there. That's the city I hang out in, the bigger city anyways. There's a little town.
Yeah, and I'm a bit 45 minutes south.
Okay.
And between Helsingborg and Helsingborg, there's a ferry that goes more or less every hour. There's two ferries and you can drink on it. And you can buy a ticket that lasts you for a day, and you can have beer and hot dogs.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if you want to get off and go see Hamlet's Castle, you can over in Denmark.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Which has some really cool crypts, by the way. You go down in the, we'll call it the basement of the castle. There's some really cool crypts. You can't see your hand in front of your face, but you're just walking around.
Kronborg. There it is.
There it is.
Hmm?
I found the bathroom in there. Just open doors, When I go in places, I just grab door handles and open them because you never know which one's going to open. And I found the bathroom.
Yeah, but that's Denmark.
That's Denmark.
Yeah, we are talking.
And we don't talk about them here. Not on this day, the holy day of Swedish Day.
Fucking history, right?
And let's see here, so I can.
There's a nude beach there.
Well, wait a minute. Let's go back.
Hmm?
Oh, wait. It's never the boobs you want to see.
No.
This is one of the defensive ports in Helsingborg. This was rebuilt on the site where the original was. So this is.
If you go a little to the right, that's my wife's high school. That's right there. It looks like a castle. Or normal school or whatever you get. Not normal school. What do you guys call it?
High school?
You call it, yeah, it's not called high school though.
No. Well, we have a normal school from grade 1 to grade 9.
Yeah.
And then we go to high school of sorts, which we call gymnasium.
Gymnasium, that's what you guys call it, gymnasium.
Yeah. So you go to gymnasium from age 16 to 19, and then you move on to university. And here is one of the worst football teams in Sweden, Helsingborgs EF.
Is it?
Yeah, because the best
Oh, I
The
see.
best-
The best is down here, closer to you somehow. That's amazing.
The best is residing here. Yeah, in
Well, I've
Malmö.
been there.
Yeah.
There's a castle here too that has
Mhm.
like little well, there's castles probably everywhere. But
Yeah.
there's a castle there too that has a moat around it still. And they have little coffee shop and stuff in there. Right there. There it is.
Yeah. Malmö.
David,
is
we
cool.
need more castles. America needs
I
to
know we
start
do.
building castles.
I've been there too. That place is very cool.
Yeah, this place is really cool. I used to live around here, so I passed that on the way to the
That's where
train station.
My father-in-law was
is-
born
yeah.
in that city, I guess.
And this is Ribersborg's open air bath. The right side is for normal people, and the left side is for nudists. Good to know. If you're ever there, you can choose dress code optional.
David, we need to take
Mo,
your
remember the left side is for nudists, okay?
No,
Yeah.
I've got to do research. We've got to take your 30 point, goes to smoke shows grading system on the road.
Yeah, and this
I'll take
is
the not nude stuff.
Lund, that has Sweden's best university, oldest as well. Never mind Uppsala, because there's a somewhat friendly rivalry between Lund University and Uppsala University. Maybe not always friendly, but it's a rivalry. Who's the best? In the rankings? We are both are top 100 in the world, but we are somewhere between 80 and 90, and we goes back and forth in the rating systems there.
Nice.
But of course, since I went to Lund, then Lund's better.
Much better.
Much better. Yeah. Just so you know.
So this holiday was born out of the election of the Swedish king, which is the same line as the current monarch, correct?
No.
Okay.
Well, the national day was originally it was to celebrate the Swedish flag, and then in the 1980s, some of the politicians looked at everybody seems to have so much fun on the national day. We should have a national day with us too. Okay, that's a good thought. And so we're choosing June 6th, and the entire nation said, why? We have midsummer. Why not declare that? We already celebrate that we celebrate it quite heavily. But they chose, no, June 6th. That's the day we choose. So, And now Gustav, the Vasa-ett was replaced by the Bernadottes. And the current line is the Bernadottes. And they originate from France. Because there was a bit of a war, and it was a bit of brothers killing brothers, and all of a sudden we didn't have a king.
Involved in war?
No, well, we didn't go to war with France. When we did, we usually won. We did have the Napoleonic War, which
I think it's the last time you guys partnered up with Russia, right? Or no, I guess you weren't really partnered with Russia, but
well, Sweden have always fought with Russia, unless the continental Europe is trying, let's go up north, and then no, leave us alone. We have enough fighting in between ourselves, so go away.
But there were a bunch of people killed in a certain square in Stockholm. That's part of this monarchy change, right?
Yeah.
What's the name of that square?
Oh, you're talking.
It has the building with all the stones that count the number of people that were dead. You know, you could sit out there and have coffee and cake, and were like 40-some people were killed or something.
Yeah. Let's see here.
I've been there too. I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah. This was around the same time with the Vasa-ett. After Christian, the Danish king Christian Tyrant, then we have the Stockholm bloodbath. I don't remember the square. I'm just scouring the internet because I went to. I mean, we learned this in like 3rd or 4th grade, and that was a very long time ago.
Well, I'm sure my wife was Googling this too as we were like driving around or doing different things, because I always ask historical questions. I want to know this stuff.
Oh yeah, we almost went to war.
Farting schools of herring.
Now that's a history lesson I would
All right,
remember.
I want to hear the story.
Yeah, I remember it, but I need to.
I'm Googling farting.
Oh yeah, this the big submarine chase in the 1980s. Sweden thought it was Russian submarines.
Oh, I've heard about this.
Yeah, it turned out to be either it's a small personal submarine. No, that's an otter, and and all of a sudden, the big schools of fish farting apparently sounds a lot like Russian submarines. Well, we didn't nearly go to war. We were never close to war, but that was at the same time a Russian submarine take a left turn and a right turn, and then ended up in the Swedish archipelago, above water, above land, on land. So it did have some basis to thinking, okay, how many other submarines are there? But I believe the records were official maybe just a decade ago, and drunk submarine captain didn't know how to steer it. That's it.
Okay.
The submarine captain being drunk. For shame.
Didn't a Soviet sub show up near Nimitz at one point during the 80s? I don't know.
Yeah, the U-137.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it sort of like ran aground, or it was found stranded, and then Sweden didn't want to give it back. They're like, "No, we're going to hang on to this for a bit."
Yep,
something along those lines.
Look, finders keepers is a universal law.
I think so. Possession's 9/10, right?
Let's see here. That's a bad picture.
Thierry, hello.
I
keep trying to like click on the chats. I forgot I can't pull them up. This is your stream.
Share screen. Oops.
Yeah, isn't StreamYard is like it's user friendly at the same time it's not. It's weird. By the way, did you guys get my emails? Or my
did.
email?
I was going to watch it when I was capable.
No worries. I just want to make sure you got it.
So yeah, this is the U-137 that took a left turn and a right turn and then went aground. And no, we didn't really want to give it back, but we gave it back
eventually after you've scoured it for all of its secrets and shared it with the US, right?
Yeah, might have, allegedly.
Well, I'm sure the US paid handsomely for that information.
Allegedly.
Yes.
Allegedly.
We were a neutral country. We were a neutral country at the time. We didn't share information with others.
You guys are making fun of the first female Russian submarine captain. You realize that?
Yep.
She's the first.
Joking.
Ran aground. Okay, I get it.
Because she ran aground. Ha ha ha. It's not as funny if I have to explain it.
Was this off of
difficulty parking?
We do have a hard time with it. That's why I got the big old camera that tells me if I'm going to run over people.
I'm going to stick with it. It was a female captain and not a captain from Mongolia.
Well, of course, females have a difficulty parking. You have been taught your entire life that this is 6 inches.
This is 6 inches.
Yeah, that's where you hit everything.
Sorry. Yeah. Let's see here. Where was I had a plan for today, and that went out the window, as usual.
I take no responsibility for it this time.
As it happens.
Well, as I see that there's been $10 in super chats, so what the hell? Let's just move on.
There you go. Yeah, I have my Q&A in a bit. I need to prepare for that because I actually should have probably content, because if people aren't peppering me with questions, I should entertain them somehow.
So that was the end of that bottle.
Oh, wow.
And knock. Really good. Took me about 2 months. So, yeah.
I've had this bottle of vodka sitting over here since my wedding. That's how much I drink.
And now, since you are beginning to stream, how was that?
Drinking more often than not these days.
Now, my plan was to, since it's Sweden's National Day, take a couple of minutes, and I didn't find subtitles, so I will try to translate so I can start and stop and not get copyright claimed.
There's your king.
Yeah. King Carl the 16th Gustav, King Carl the 16th Gustav.
I've been in his office and his bedroom, but I don't think he sleeps there anymore.
No, I don't think so. A relative we have a lot of car mechanics, and one of them actually worked on the King's AC Cobra.
Ooh.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful car. Beautiful car. I can see if I can.
What am I doing here? There we go. Where did the horses come from, by the way?
The what?
The little red horses. They're all over my house. Where did they come from?
Dalarna. It's a Dala horse. They have those are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of year-old tradition up in that part of Sweden to paint horses. Nobody really knows the original why, but they have been around for more or less probably longer than Sweden as a country have existed. I believe the oldest Dala horse found is somewhere between 700 and 800 years old.
Nope.
So we don't really know why. They have been around for a bit. And let's see here. Yeah. Here is the King's AC Cobra. And as you see, the King doesn't need a license plate. He has a crown as his license plate.
That's awesome.
Oh, I need to become royalty. I need just a crown. So, Nicholas, what does yellow and blue mean in the flag? Sure, we haven't gone over what that means yet.
Sun and sea.
Oh, well, I thought it was going to be like, this is for something and something and something. And
it is.
It's going to be a long...
Sun and sea. Mo, can you say what the colors mean in the American flag?
They mean that I get to buy fireworks from a carny off the side of the road to blow up pieces of America for freedom. Damn
Sounds
it.
about right.
Red, white, blue. Blood for the red for the blood that was spilled. I have no clue. I know the stars.
We were only allowed 3 colors of crayons, even as the start of a country.
I know the stars is for the number of states, and the stripes is
the original colonies.
The original, okay.
Well, but yeah, the number of stripes are the original colonies. There's 13 stripes. The blue is supposed to be a field of, I can't remember now. But yeah, they all symbolize something. I don't know. I think they came up with pretty colors and then came up with the story. That's what probably happened with the Swedish flag too.
Well, it's a cross
If I'd have been around, there'd been a lot more rhinestones.
Well,
and maybe if you turn it sideways, it would be naughty, but that's just me.
E plurimus anus, right?
You know, whatever would be most profane, I would be there.
If anyone's a fan of the TV show Community, E plurimus anus.
I just started watching Supernatural. I've got 5 years before I start watching Community.
Oh, yeah, you've got a number of years then.
Cheers. But let's see what this is from 2021. But not much have happened in Sweden since then. So and it's more or less the same speech every year. So let's see what he has to say.
I'm going to get one of those outfits for my wife.
I was just thinking that drunk me is probably going to buy one off of Wish.
I'm going to be going on Amazon right now.
Kära nationaldagsfirare. Välkommen till Kungliga slottet i Stockholm.
Dear National Day celebrators, welcome to the Royal Castle.
Även detta år är Sveriges nationaldag något annorlunda.
This day is somewhat different from other national days.
Istället för att traditionsenligt vara på Skansen med många människor samlade är drottningen och jag här på Stockholms slott.
Well, this was 2021, so it was a bit of a kerfuffle and social distancing going on. Normally, they are at Skansen, which is a national park of sorts, where with lots of people with flags and stuff. But now they are at the Royal Castle.
I couldn't go into the movie theaters in 2021 in Sweden.
Yeah, we didn't have a lockdown. So
well, no, but I had to have one of those EU digital vid things, and I didn't have a digital one because I wasn't from the EU, so they wouldn't allow me in the movie theater.
Thank you, Wendy, for the super sticker. Much appreciated. And welcome. Yeah. Why is this housekeeper up there? That's the Queen.
She might also help him clean up, let's be honest, ladies.
They are kind of dollar billionaires, so I think they have staff. Yeah.
Och när arméns musikkår spelar svenska arméns stora Tapto lite senare ikväll. Ja, då är vi bara några få personer här på Borggården.
Later today, the Army's Royal Tattoo will play song, and I've checked it, and that is copyrighted, so I can't play that.
Just me.
Of course it is.
Men
Swedish government.
Förhoppningsvis är ni desto fler som är med oss via tv-sändningen.
Hopefully,
that's your princess. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's your princess, right?
Yeah. This is our Crown Princess Victoria. So that is our future queen when the king decides to either abdicate or...
Who is the woman in the white that looks really either tired or sleepy?
In the middle? That's the princess, isn't it?
No. That is the girlfriend of the prince, who is not in picture, I believe. I'm not a royalist. I know that this is Crown Princess Victoria. This is her husband Daniel, and I believe this is Prince Philip's girlfriend or wife now.
Sounds good. She looks kind of like she's in Midsummer. The
Why aren't the
movie.
men dressed in traditional clothing? Have
Yeah.
you seen how ugly those are?
Isn't it?
If the
Is it like
women have
Germans, like
to-
the Lederhosen?
No.
That's some unfairness right there.
See if I can. I need to stop googling things without safety with safety off. That was not
Yes.
what I was expecting.
I searched Swedish women's traditional dress, and I came up with some interesting things. But the
made
clothing
chicken,
that's being
and I made
displayed right now
ribs.
was not one of them.
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
Oh, for fuck. Yeah, oh.
Was it? Oh, it was Mo that you put in there. Are you jealous? Oh God, there it is. Okay.
No, you all have to wear it. Look, if she has to wear that, you have to wear that. She's got her sheets on and everything. As a veil, not as a hat.
I like those pants. I'd wear those. I absolutely would wear those. I'm not so fan of the vest, but the pants I would wear.
If different color, it could be what do you call it? Pirate pants. Of sorts.
Breeches.
Pantaloons.
Pantaloons.
We don't. I think pantaloons are.
You need to pay a freak ton of cash to see me in one of those things. That no. If we get to
Tell you what, you send me a pair, I'll put them on.
Emily D. Baker level of super chats, yeah, then I might dress in that. But
Listen, send me an outfit. Send me $500, and it'll happen.
Oh, we got a Legal Vices raid.
Yay!
Welcome,
Great.
Vices.
Hello, Vice's staff.
After the
Vice-
marathon
Nicholas has
they
been
did,
drinking
they
a lot
asked
already.
Hello,
that.
Vice's chat. I mean, we are currently looking at. This is Swedish traditional clothing that some people wear at our National Day. There are different clothing for different area. I believe he is from Blekinge, which is not south of Sweden, but not as south of Sweden as I am. And I don't know what part of Sweden her costume is from.
It's not a costume. They dress like that every day.
No, they don't. No. I believe he is a parliamentician. He's in parliament.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he does some dress up on occasions.
And you guys got rid of all the nobles too, right? Like 250 years ago.
Well, we still have. We got rid 200 years ago. We got rid of the inherited nobility. They still have the title, but they don't have anything left of the. Jesus Christ! There's a lot of people coming in. Hey, folks.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Jesus also says thank you. I'm just kidding.
So how'd you guys think Oh,
Hey, Jeff.
Hello.
Hey,
How you doing?
I'm tired.
you streamed a lot.
11
still
hours,
alive?
and 58 minutes.
What was the total stream?
11 hours and 58 minutes.
I was gonna say it was like 12 hours. That's amazing. I did 6 and I was done.
Yeah, well, it's morning. The night went by without me. I'm gonna sleep through half of my vacation today. Just had to pop in and say howdy to everybody.
Yeah.
Have we done the unboxing yet? Are you drunk yet? What's going on? What did I miss?
We are not with the. I was actually waiting for the 1 hour mark so we could do unboxing. I might have told your chat that drunk me got sober me a package ordered 10 weeks ago of sorts. So yeah, and we are roughly at the 1 hour mark. I'm a bit scared. But hey, let's do this. Let's open
fancy.
shit up.
Fancy custom layout.
Yeah. Oh. Why did you pack this in a garbage bag?
Where did it come from, though? Like, that might be telling.
Wish.
No. But, like, usually it says what country it's shipped from or something. Does it say? So there's a bunch of Chinese characters? No.
Yeah.
That'll narrow it down. Oh, no.
Okay. More plastic.
I really want to say what's in the box, but that may not be appropriate. Oh, Rebecca beat me to it.
Yeah.
What's in the box?
It's the worst movie, but with the best, like, one-liner.
I like that
Hey,
movie.
I love that
It's a great movie. It's a great movie.
It creeps me out. Maybe that's what it is. It's a creepy movie.
Well, I'm just twisted, and I have his handwriting. I have John Doe's handwriting in a bunch of journals at home.
Yeah, everyone hit the like button if you're here. Just passing through even. Hit the like button.
Oh, well, this is going to be good.
What?
It's
What?
It's a yellow suit.
It's a yellow suit.
I was just at my daughter's graduation, and the keynote speaker was wearing a pink suit, and I saw it and I want it.
It even comes with a
yellow
tie.
suit. I so want a yellow suit.
Oh my God, you must wear it.
I'm very jealous.
Well, that's a perfect outfit for Sweden Day.
Get a blue shirt and you're done. You've got next Sweden Day covered.
Look at that.
It's a full suit.
Nice. That's awesome.
All right.
Yeah, this is coming on. Can you lot entertain my chat? Go grift while I try to put. I hope it's a good size.
Well, Nicholas, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop out here and try to get some sleep and try to wake up before you're done. You said you're
Sounds good.
You have your target time. I'm going to try to get 3.5 hours sleep and see what happens.
Yes,
I can't wait to see what it looks like.
It's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Happy Sweden Day.
Happy Sweden Day. Yay.
Take a nap.
Mo, David, entertain, grift, stuff like that. Yeah.
Sure. Well, we'll talk for a little
do
bit.
that.
So all you Vice's crew that just came in, I watched the defendant's testimony, Travis Rudolph.
Mhm.
How do you guys think he did? Because I have some thoughts. And I think he might have, he could have done better. But overall, I think it was believable. And my position is that with his mother first and then him, it made for a compelling story. But if it was just him, it might not have been so good. Wondering what you guys all thought. Oh, Curious George. Yeah, he's going to look like he needs either a big hat or a top hat. All right. So Legendary Racing says B+. All right. I think that's fair. B+. He did good. I believe him. Absolutely. I believe him. I feel like he was not coached. He was well prepared. And sometimes that can come off a little rough.
The brand
Look at this.
is.
What does that say?
You
Look
ugly
you-
today.
You look ugly today?
You look
Really?
ugly today. Oh, I think I love that brand too. I will say that he was a little too calm for me. So the mom going first, I mean, that's probably just his whole demeanor, but he was a little too calm for me. So the mom going first, having that kind of raw emotion, I think really helped sell his story.
And that was the thing too. Like if I was up there testifying, I might sound a little detached myself, and so I don't want to give him any sort of slack for that. But I thought it was good today. Today was very good for the defense. But with mom was great, and then him even.
And he stayed cool with Miss Scorned Woman, Ugly Wig Woman.
Yeah, the cross-examination was ridiculous.
Oh, so you was cheating. I was like, well,
the mom owned the prosecutor. I agree. The mom definitely owned the prosecutor, and the defendant was not giving an inch on cross-examination. But his direct is really what I was looking at. Did he sell his story on direct? Did he sell that he was afraid? You have to be in fear for your life. And did he sell that? And I'll come back to his, I don't think on his own he sold that. But with his mother's testimony and then going straight into his, I think they did it. I think they combined. I think they did good. Yeah, cheating on a married woman. Oh my God!
Yeah,
so
I clipped. The mom was so mad about that. I clipped that.
She was just. If I had known she was married, she would have never been allowed in my house. And then the prosecutor on cross-examination. So you're single, you could screw whoever you want. Oh, that was so inappropriate.
I know. I was like, ma'am, we've all been hurt, but this is a courtroom.
Let's see. So he did. Oh, I can't pull up the chat, but I can see. Let's see. He did well, behaviorable, and prepared. He did well. Let's see. On cross, sold it via his brother and his mother's testimony. Yeah, I think it was really a combination of all three. I think they did well. And remember, I guess it's not fair. But they did a ton better than the state's witnesses. Hey. Look at that, blue and yellow. Spin around. You got to show it on all sides. You got the pants on. Nice. Look at that.
The pants have rubber bands, so it actually fits around my waist.
Nice. With the stallion tail and all. It's perfect.
It's the best Sweden gift ever.
Dress shirt that is blue, but yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the tie. I'm a huge fan of Sonny and the Dayman suit with the top hat. I've wanted for years, and I'm determined to get one. And now I'm a little jealous of Nicholas's yellow suit.
$14.99 on Wish, and you can have it. I'm not sure if that's the price.
Wendy H says, "Drunk you is awesome as usual." It's a $60 suit. I think you paid too much.
It's a very short tie.
Yeah, you need a big hat, and then you can hang out with a monkey. Dayman, fighter of the night, man, champion of the sun.
Yeah. It's a very short tie.
You didn't grift for tonight. Oh, Wendy H, thank you. I'll take this opportunity before Nicholas goes on. I am doing a Q&A grift tonight. The Crumbly parents are up on charges. Their trial should begin this fall. They're actually in my county, and I want my own cameras in the courtroom. And so I am doing a little bit of a grift to get some equipment so I can have my own cameras in the courtroom. So that's tonight. If anyone is interested to help contribute to the fund, so we don't have to listen to Law and C-word stream and all that stuff. Look at that tie.
Yeah, with this on, you can see me coming a mile away. Yeah, but it's still too short, so why not just make it funny? There's no saving in a tie that is this long. I mean, Jim Carrey. Okay, thank
That's
you,
awesome.
Drunk Me, for deciding after one of Jeff's streams, one of his directly after one of his F-It Fridays stream, to
Drunky was getting better with the sizes though, because your playing card jacket is a little too small.
yeah,
so
playing card
Drunky was
jacket
learning.
Drunk Me is learning, but it actually has some stretch to it. So this is this is a Las Vegas buffet suit. You can actually walk in 240, walk out 260, suit still fits.
Nice.
Yeah.
That is good to know.
Yeah.
I was reading some of the chat. I really hate It's Always Sunny for calling a character Nightman. That is the best episode though. The play that they put on.
Should I straighten my tie? But I don't have a shirt for it. No, let's just.
Yeah.
You could skip the tie for now.
Yeah, I'll skip
Swedish.
it.
It was a little big. You needed to work on that knot.
Yeah.
You need no tie.
This is not a good tie material. This is definitely not silk. Just to say that.
Is
It
it
doesn't
a
Silk?
comfortable polyester blend?
It doesn't have a washcloth, so I don't have no clue. Maybe it's not meant to be washed.
It might not it might just be a one-day
Master
suit.
of karate and friendship for everyone. Dayman. I played that song on a loop forever, and my kids went crazy.
Well, blue shirts. Swedish colors. So now I have 3 weird jackets at least for my stream, so I can change on occasions. Thank you so much for the super chat, Dory K. Wow. Now
That's awesome suit. I'm very jealous. I am extremely jealous. I was just telling my wife, let's see, my daughter graduated on Friday. I was telling her I am getting a yellow suit because there was a guy with a pink suit at her graduation. And I said, I'm doing it. I'm just going to bite the bullet. I'm going to go downtown Detroit. I'm finding a store because I will find it down there. You have one.
Make sure it is the right kind of store, so you don't walk out with a suit that has holes for your
Well,
Or
if you
go
want a
exactly
brightly
to
colored
that
suit,
store.
go where the African American community buy their Sunday church clothes.
Okay,
I'm not dancing, Gigi.
We really don't have that community here.
Yeah.
Wait, Sweden's not full of that community?
No.
My shock.
Brook Brothers suit. Sure.
Brooks Brothers, is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Brooks Brothers, yeah, that's where I'll go.
Now, where were we? Yeah, we were listening to the King's speech. Welcome, by the way, for you who just joined here. We are doing a Swedish National Day stream because if you have been around my channel a bit, you know I stream weird Swedish holidays. Now, the National Day might not be a weird holiday, but it's new. It wasn't an actual holiday until 2004. AI in alcoholic intelligence. Yeah.
That is awesome.
So we are just about a minute and a half in. He was just telling people, welcome. This doesn't have captions, so I will try to translate.
Och när jag står här känns det naturligt att tänka tillbaka på förra årets nationaldag.
As I stand here, I think back to last year's National Day. This is 2021. He is at the Royal Castle, and it's social distancing of sorts. So he thinks back to the previous year when it wasn't.
Vid den tidpunkten visste ingen hur länge pandemin skulle behålla sitt grepp.
You know what? I don't want to hear about a pandemic speech. Let's see if he talks about
That's okay. None of us understand. You could have just said he was talking about how great the country is.
Stort eget ansvar.
Yeah, I can more or less say anything in translation.
Just about. There'd be like 3 people, I think, that would know.
Yeah, it's not like I'm going to correct you.
I'm gonna invite you all into here to have a party.
What is that? Oh God, Midsummer's that movie. You know, you can like talk about the cult and you know the human sacrifice that's going on later the evening in the courtyard.
Yeah, well, yeah, sure. Now the movie Midsummer is not it's not accurately depicting what's going on at Midsummer. If you want to know, I'm going to have a Midsummer stream on the 24th of June, which is more of the people's National Day, because we have celebrated that for thousands of years. It's Midsummer.
He's talking about meatballs and ABBA.
Yeah, yes.
And the
Swedish
fish.
meatballs and
Swedish
ABBA.
fish.
Att fortsätta agera klokt.
To keep listening to ABBA and eating meatballs.
Men trots allt befinner vi oss nu vid vad som förhoppningsvis är slutet på en svår tid för vårt land.
And as I stand here, I am very uncomfortable with this tie that is making my head look like a boggly head. And
Look, all of us in America are just embarrassed and jealous that, you know, your leader can walk without falling.
I might have other videos to show in that case, because this guy...
I spoke too soon.
You kind of spoke too soon. He's been in more than one accident, and we do have his youth with coffee girls, as they were called back then.
Oh,
And yeah.
well,
Yeah.
listen.
I'm muted. I remember
everyone
hearing
has
about the
one.
royal scandal.
Yeah. There has been a few royal scandals. One of them is previous king who has a town named after an event. It long straight and then a sharp bend, and old king kind of kept going straight. And since that day, that town is called the King's Bend, or in Swedish, Kungens Kurva. And if you are a Slavic, that is very funny. Very, very funny, because kurva is the Slavic word for hoe.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
well,
And,
Is that a working hoe or just any loose woman?
like,
working
is she
hoe?
married
Working hoe,
currently
okay.
and dating?
No, working hoe.
And
Oh.
allegedly in the court,
lady
it
of the
was
evening.
the king and
Ah,
another man. And yeah. And let's just say he missed to take the turn because he was preoccupied, allegedly. So that's one interesting. Yeah. Yeah, so we do have had, and then our current king was a player in his youth, and had a coffee girls was attending his parties. They are called coffee girls because you don't want to say it. It was the king's horse.
to be fair, if you were king, would you not have several coffee girls? If I were queen, I'd have several coffee boys.
I don't think it's tolerated as much as it used to be.
Just unfair.
Let's see.
Do we have pictures of these coffee girls?
Yes,
Well,
we
okay.
need photographic evidence.
Let's see here. It could apparently mean
Yeah, in
Croatian.
Tweety, it's called the
It's not
loophole.
or irreputable or promiscuous. Okay, so a slut more than a working girl.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
And
we
this
just
is
call that a Dominique in America.
You know, you don't turn down anything that's free, right?
Yeah. Chris Migley.
This
Yes, you
is
get to be
allegedly one of
royal.
them. Mm,
Oh, okay. Oh, he likes
allegedly.
the brown-eyed girls.
And allegedly, this is one of the pictures that was snapped. They claimed it was manipulated, but yeah.
He looked kind of young there. What year was Photoshop created?
I don't know, but these are a few of the examples from the early 70s when he was very interested in very many women. Yeah.
Well, I mean, as a king should be. AT1CVB41. That's an interesting name. I'm sure there's a way to pronounce it. Anyways, I am the Lower Peninsula. I am in Detroit-ish. So he asked if I was LP or UP. So I'm LP. I am Detroit-ish area.
Yeah. But now I'm bored with the king's speech. Let's see. For instance, did you know that polka gris, nu ska vi se här. Sorry. In English.
Norway monarch has veto power? Norwegian monarch? Aren't they Spanish, though, the monarchy?
Spanish? Yeah, they have, I think. Let's see, but let's just go into this instead. Let's talk candy, Swedish candy.
And I am down.
Share screen.
I do not know Steve Leto, although he works very close to me. He's like 20 minutes. His office is 20 minutes from me, but I don't know him.
This is stick candy of sorts, Swedish polka gris. It's pure sugar with mint flavor, other flavors.
Is this the factory right by that castle that I was talking about with the lake and the... Okay, I've had this candy. It's very good. I might have brought some home.
Let's see here if I can get a real picture of it. This is polka gris. You might recognize it. This originates from candy cane. This originates from Sweden. And this is how it's made. So you stretch everything out and then you add more sugar and a bit of flavors. Yeah. Yeah,
sugar
the ribbon candy.
is a flavor.
Sugar is a flavor. And thank you for the super chat, AT1CVB41 for your $2 super chat. Okay. I don't know. I didn't under AT1 my job. Okay.
Oh, I was asking him about his name.
Okay.
It was a string of letters and numbers.
Is it an MOS?
What's that?
The AT1.
Not every European country have a king. France doesn't. They kind of
beheaded theirs.
They were on the chopping board, so to speak.
But they do have a guy that calls himself Jupiter.
This
and married his grandma.
Mm.
By the way, if you live in the Midwest of the United States, Milwaukee area, Michigan area, Illinois, Ohio, and you go to Sweden, you'll feel right at home. It's a little Twilight Zoney because everything's just a little different, but you'll feel right at home. It's a cool place to visit, and you should all visit.
Yeah, they have a enormous Swedish community there. Most Swedes that migrated in the late 1800s and early 1900s just went there. And
it looks like Michigan when you drive north to Stockholm and stuff, or even around in the south. It looks like Michigan, and it's you guys got good food, very good bread and everything else, and good candy. And it's just even you guys have Americanized your fast food a little bit. It's like Twilight Zoney, but you can be very comfortable there.
Sweden is filled with Saabs. Well, not really filled with Saabs since they don't make the car anymore. But there are a few around, and I have one of them. Saab 9.3, 2.3 liter turbo, and which I have done nothing to improve the. What?
I eat those candies. I recognize the wrapping. She's not wearing gloves, and she's picking her nails and continues to wrap.
Flavor,
I guess. I was just looking at her like picking her fingers, and there's no gloves. I'll still eat them.
Yeah.
I was going to say David's going to check his wrappers for hangnails and stuff.
Right.
Yeah. So, and for legal purposes, my car has not been any improvements or in performance or anything. It's exactly 183 horsepower, just so you know.
I always drive Volkswagen.
0 to 60 in 5 seconds is perfectly normal for a 180 horsepower car that weighs about 3,500 pounds.
Yeah, I ate someone's dirty fingernails. I did, apparently. I'm sure she's still working there, rolling those wrappers.
There, that was how you make those of sorts. Now, I need to show you something fun. There is it's called a National Day cake. Yeah.
I'm actually gonna jump off though because I have my stream starting shortly, and I'm gonna take a few minute break from streaming.
Yeah.
But I know those cakes.
Y'all are just trying to kill me with me starting this low carb.
You know what? We have nothing like it though. Nothing. There's nothing in this country like the food in Sweden.
No.
Even if you go to IKEA, you can get some of the candies, but nothing else is right.
Yeah, you get the candies, you get the meatballs and stuff like that, but you don't get the paltbröd, you don't get the actual pickled herring, you don't get many of the rustic foods. You have
you can get the processed foods, but not the good stuff.
Drunk me is getting all the Swedish Day cake, and I'll be getting it in 6 weeks.
So this is called massarin. It is shortbread with filling and some glazing, and then you just add strawberry jam.
I didn't have to add any to mine. I just ate it straight.
Yeah, but it's the National Day. Now, you're supposed to use real strawberries, but those are really, really expensive now. So I just put some strawberry jam on mine.
Maybe
I won't
that's
tell
what it was.
The official Swedish council.
So just pull it out of the wrapper and
enjoy. Is it good, Nicholas? Do you like it?
Yeah.
All right. On that note, I'm going to jump out, and I'll be doing my stream here in a bit. But enjoy the rest of your day, Mo. It was good to see you. And when I'm done with mine, I think you might still be going. I don't know, but I might come back. And
well, I'll be going for a few hours because I've sent. I'm waiting for Ian, who said he would show up.
Oh, okay.
And,
yeah, I'll come back after my grift. If you guys want to jump over and throw a few dollars my way, that would be great. So we can get some real cameras in the courtroom and not Law and Cucks cameras for the Crumley case, and then I will probably jump back in here.
Yeah.
So all right. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit. And with that, this is the most Swedish beer ever. It's Pripps Blue. It is the Swedish word lagom, which is not to be found anywhere else in the world. It's a description. For instance, it's not too cold, it's not too warm, it's lagom. It's not too sugary, it's too sugary.
It's just right.
It's just right, but still not right, because lagom doesn't mean it's actually good. It's just in between.
Well, at least you're honest. Like, it's middling. It may be good, maybe bad.
And all my normal glassware is in the dishwasher, so I'm using my.
That seems pretty Swedish, considering you guys may have come over to Scotland and Ireland and all the Lens and spread your selves all over.
Yeah, it's meh beer. It's yeah, so not much color to it, bit of foam. It's drinkable if you're thirsty, not because you enjoy beer, because I'm thirsty. Let's have a Pripps. But this one, Mazarine with strawberry jam. Ha.
Just trying to tempt the Jesus out of me, make me get a bagel. I'm trying to be good and low carb here.
What's low carb? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, this is the last ditch attempt to see if my diet is affecting my leg. So
let's see, legit Swede people who are here. Do you like, love your king, feel loyal to? I'm not a royalist at all. The foundations in democracy is that nobody is worth more than anyone else in its foundation. But our king has complete immunity to any crime. And I actually mean any crime. He could go outside and rape children and shoot mothers, and there would be nothing anybody could do. And I think that's he doesn't do it. He seems to be a nice guy, but just a possibility is bacon is low carb. Yeah,
I know, but I have to make the bacon.
That is what two pigs are doing. They are making bacon.
Truth.
Now let's go into a bit more more Swedish stuff. For instance, stuff you might not know was actually invented in Sweden.
The Allen wrench.
Most people know that, but you don't know if this guy is telling that. And of course, I have to be careful about. Yeah. What do you mean, don't know? Everybody knows dynamite. Yeah, I have to start and stop so I don't get copyright claimed. I learned that the other day when we were watching Monty Python. That, not a good idea.
YouTube just not letting you show your heritage.
Tetra Pak. Those milk. Bricks of milk. Swedish invention. By Ruben Rausing was his name. And yeah, and it's still going, but they moved to Switzerland, the company, in the 70s due of political reasons. Because that current government was, if you think we are left-leaning now, that current government was trying to implement löntagarfonder. Hard to translate, but more or less, if you have a company, you have to share it with the workers, which means every year they get a bit more of a piece of the company. And Tetra Pak at that time was worth, it was the biggest company, not the biggest company in the world, but the biggest in that area. And they said, no, F it. More or less nationalized. Yeah, Erik Wallenberg took that form, but he wasn't. He was the co-inventor, so that's actually wrong. But half right. Hey America! Gunpowder cartridges, invention of Sweden. Hey! Hey? You like that? Americans?
We do. We do.
Things that go pow in US is a bit thanks to Sweden for inventing gunpowder cartridges. Not stock shares, technically, because the workers didn't have to pay anything for it. Let's go on. And it was created by a woman.
No dangly bits? Well, no dangly bits. She has no dangly bits.
No, yeah. Yeah.
Well, she probably got tired of men saying, hey, look at this.
The pacemaker, Swedish invention. Yeah. We make you go boom and we make you go tick. And
it explains a lot.
Maybe. I have no idea. Okay, well, I'm done with guns now. Her dangly bits are chest.
Well, not after gravity.
Oh, we actually good choice. We actually don't need to play the music. Good choice. I'm just going to see where we're at. We are at limited, yeah. So let's be a bit more careful.
We have learned something new on this day of Swedenness.
Let's see what else. Well, That was a bit ago.
Oh, he was helping his wife.
Hmm. Well, the Celsius temperature. Yeah. Swedish invention that Americans know nothing about.
We do not know.
Because freezing point at 0, boiling point at 100 is alien to you.
It
Apparently.
really is.
Yeah.
Because 32 is a normal number, and then whatever boiling is. Listen, we have to we started out as a country half cocked up, and then we lost our country for a little bit, and then we got it back.
Hmm? And then you have the Kelvin scale as well, which is even more bonkers.
That's that
Wisdom.
doesn't numbers. We are dumb. Most of us didn't even know where Sweden was until you showed us on a map.
Mm. Well, the rest of the world, if you can count to 10, you can use the kilometer and you can use the Celsius. You can use the grams. If you can count to 10, that's the...
Well, now, see, we just all assumed everyone had 6 fingers. We didn't, as is right and proper in the Lord.
Yeah.
GPS now.
GPS and the computer mouse. Also Swedish inventions by the same guy, by the way. But he has been in a legal struggle for decades over this because someone... Let's just say that a certain government, I will not say which one, intercepted his communications, and then they copyrighted or patented it in their country. I will not say which country that is, but they are very known for stealing patents, and it's not China.
Don't talk about Australia like that. It's very mean.
Yeah, it's very mean to talk about Australia that way.
It's not made up, it's real. They steal patents and everything.
Yeah, Håkan Lans. STDMA. Okay.
All I heard was STD. Ooh, safety matches. What my kids use when I'm not around.
Imagine before safety matches, when you can actually go.
God.
You're not. Well, you weren't supposed to eat them anyway.
You have a super chat that.
Oh. There are 2 types of countries in the world: those that uses the metric system and those that have landed on the moon. But
if you believe we landed on the moon.
Yeah, first, if you believe it. And second, NASA used the metric system to build the rocket.
Well, we did scout through Project Paperclip. We did maybe scout the best and brightest from a certain
Now the rest of the world aren't as clever anyways, because Sweden had the royal ship Vasa, which sank on its Virgin voyage in the 1500s. And they used a lot of carpenters, and they all decided, this was before the metric system, so they used they used the foot system. But people have different size feet. So it was top heavy and wrongly built, and it went a few hundred yards out into the water, blowing horns and everything, and then yeah. What country does we don't really hate other countries.
They are neutral.
Well, we took the stance of neutrality during the Second World War because that current government was wankers, and allowed Germany to pass through here to Norway. Just don't invade us, stuff like that. But then we had efficient guerrilla warfare among the population, so it wasn't as easy. But yeah, so that neutrality can go stuff itself. Yeah, but a country Sweden hate. I mean, Sweden and Norway have like a sibling rivalry, and so Sweden and Denmark. Okay, we had huge wars for hundreds and hundreds of years, but then we became friendly again.
That makes sense because I like you, but the president of our HOA is from Denmark and I don't like him. So I get it now.
Yeah. And so we have friendly jokes about each other. I already told you the one, how do you know if it's a Norwegian guy in the restaurant? Because he peels the French fries. And stuff like that. Here's the thing. Danes speak weird, but the written language, the written between Norway and Denmark are almost exactly the same, but the speak. Now, as Swedes, we write the Scandinavian language the correct way, and because we are big brother to the rest of them. We are the responsible ones, and stuff like that. Yeah.
But we like Broken Baker.
We like Broken Baker. He's a good guy. That's why me and Broken Baker always speak English to each other, because he understands me. I have no clue what he says. And according to statistics, because statistics never lie, Danish children have fewer words at age 5 learned than any other kid in the world.
Have they met my children?
No.
At least the boys.
Yeah, our flags are very much alike. We all have that cross on different background. But then we also have the nation's weapons. Let's see here. And away. A coat of arms, it's called. For instance, this is the Swedish coat of arms. The 3 crowns are symbolic for Sweden, Norway, and Denmark when it was one nation. The 3 crowns under one nation. So our king had 3 crowns, one for each country at that time. Those are 2 Swedish lions, because why not? As you can see, the resemblance of real lions are uncanny. And they are very pompous. Yeah.
Yeah, the red nails do it for me.
Yeah, as lions have.
And the 2 tails.
Yeah, exactly. Like lions. Oh, let's see here. Oh, there's some fun meme out there. Let's see here. There it is. Let's see here. Oh, that's the wrong one.
Sweden is famous for its lions, feral.
I'm just trying to find that.
You have a super chat.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
AA Ron, $5. Thank you. The Danes sound like they talk with a mouthful of potatoes. I have no comment to that because I'm trying to stay friendly with the Broken Baker so we don't invade each other.
And as a fake Irish person, potatoes are awesome.
Potatoes are, yeah. Irish and potatoes, yeah. Let's not go there. Here is the thing I was trying to...
Feral, me too.
For instance, the Denmark, 3 lions with hearts. Sweden's 2 ridiculously pompous lions. Norway, 1 dancing lion. And then you have Finland with 1 special lion.
Look, I'm just saying maybe you guys should change your coat of arms to these guys because I like these guys better.
Yeah.
Oh, Finland,
okay,
why?
Good night from Denmark. Yeah. Yeah, so... So we have... if you think that Sweden, Denmark, and Norway didn't know how lions look like, Finland definitely did not know how what a lion looked like.
No.
Yeah. Denmark is the big brothers, but let's just say Sweden is big brothers today. Yeah, sure. But my part south of Sweden, the greater Copenhagen region has a bigger population than Berlin. Yes, and so there are a lot of people around here. But I'm glad I'm a bit outside of it because I don't like. I like people, but not
Far
in
away.
my immediate, not in my immediate area.
I like the idea of people, but not near me.
And that's why you had 6 kids.
Listen, I need a new hobby. What can I say? That's why I started YouTube, because that's not monetized on here yet.
Yeah, go over to Mo in the Deep End and subscribe to her because she needs the subscriptions and needs the viewer count.
If you want to, pretty much a mom of 6 who says funny things during trials.
Oh, Aaron. Yeah, Denmark was the big brother. They were the bigger explorers. Norway was the fighters, and Sweden was the spiritual nation back then in the Viking age, so to speak. And it's more or less thanks to Sweden with our rune stones and written history that people know about Vikings at all. So that's but let's continue with Swedish inventions. There. Phone handset. Oh, that I didn't know.
We need to bring those back because hanging up on someone with your smartphone just isn't satisfying.
Yeah. Phone, yeah. Ericsson. Well, Ericsson company is still around. And so that I did. Yeah, exactly. It's very hard to slam the phone down. Yeah, the zipper, also a Swedish invention. Well, Swedish American. So thanks to him, people can undress faster today.
We appreciate your service, good sir. Me and my 6 children.
Yeah, so that was a bit more about Sweden. Oh, sorry. There you are.
You're fine.
I didn't start drink with this stream, just saying.
You know, it's a national holiday. We Americans, we love to drink on our national holidays and blow stuff up. Just saying, you Swedes might want to start using fireworks.
Let's try something here. Last time I had a stream, we were supposed to watch Nancy Grace, but then something happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to need more booze for Nancy Grace.
So Mo is rummering around. Did we invent the call center? Maybe. Yeah, we have fireworks, but it's heavily regulated nowadays because people
Well,
kind of
that's no fun.
lost hands and fingers and stuff like that.
Quitters.
We love to drink on other people's national holiday. I love holidays. We should import every holiday.
Oh my God. Could you see Swedish Cinco de Mayo? That would be awesome.
But we have imported Halloween. We have All Hallows Eve, but now we start to do more of Halloween stuff. Yeah, so.
The runic gods are going to be so mad at you guys.
What's up with that aquavit? Yeah, sometimes I wonder too. I have real aquavit here. This was during my Easter stream, and I haven't. This was a full bottle when I started that stream. Oh, yeah.
Jesus says thank you yet again.
Did you know Anne Margaret was Swedish? I knew that. My grandmother and her mother were neighbors in Sweden. So yeah, I knew Anne Margaret was Swedish. Oktoberfest would look normal there. Yeah, we call it Saturday. But let's see here. Where was I? Yeah, there. You know this.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I mean, dang sake. I got a whiskey that's called Swear Jar.
Yeah. And just as you know, last time I managed to get through about 6 minutes of Nancy Grace before people actually paid me to stop showing Nancy Grace with super chats. So let's $20 and we will stop playing Nancy Grace.
More from Brian Koberger, as if the quadruple murder charges were not enough. As you know,
Jesus,
Brian Koberger charged in the
already.
slaying of 4 beautiful University Idaho students. There is Kelly Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle,
I'd feel
Ethan
like she cared
Chapin,
more if she didn't have to read a
and Madison
teleprompter.
Mogan.
I thought I butchered names.
All murdered, we think, in their sleep, either dozing off or about to go to bed.
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
Now,
$15 to
we
go,
learn
and then we will stop
that
listening to
Koberger's parents,
this
his
miscarriage
mother
of humanity.
and father, have been called to testify in front of a secret
Total.
grand jury proceeding that is happening right now, not in Idaho where the
30
murders
bucks
occurred, but
left.
all the way across the country, 2,000 plus miles away in Pennsylvania,
And
in
I
Monroe
will sing
County,
Helango.
Pennsylvania. Monroe County is
She's
the same
She
location
sounds like
where Koberger's parents
a painkiller
lived,
commercial.
and the same county
Eat
where
painkillers
the
all
body of a new woman,
her
Dana
mom?
Smithers, was
Yeah, I know.
found.
She is
Now, why
amazingly.
And
would
another killing on this man who
Koberger's
she
mother
barely
and father
can remember.
be forced by subpoena to a secret grand jury proceeding regarding the murder,
Why did
the
your
death
makeup artist give
of
you
Dana
those
Smithers?
eyebrows? We've got a lot of
It was
questions.
not related to Brian
Why
Koberger.
did her surgeon
Remember, a grand
misplace her
jury
mouth?
has two functions. One
Her
is
nose is still off
investigative.
center. Her surgeon
They
should
could be investigating the death of Dana Smithers. Her
taken
body was
to-
found decomposed many
$17
months, about a
or
year
until I
after
can't
she went
handle it
missing on
anymore.
May 28.
Okay, yeah, her body's going to be
They
decomposed.
may be
if it's been a
investigating
year.
and bringing in the parents of Koberger to establish his alibi, for all we know. We also know that the parents valiantly
don't.
try to quash the subpoena, the grand jury subpoena. But in our country, in our jurisprudence body of law, there is no parent-child privilege like the attorney-client
Yeah,
privilege.
but is there
You can't
an
call
exception for
your,
Ursula the
someone's
Sea
lawyer to the
Witch?
stand and force them to divulge what the client said to them, or priest parishioner. You can't force a priest to divulge what the congregant
So
has
I
said.
just need to confess to a priest.
Not just a priest. It could be a spiritual counselor. I believe in the O.J. Simpson trial, Simpson tried to claim Rosie Greer, the football player, was his spiritual
True.
Here's the
counselor.
thing.
AT1.
You can't
Cindy, you better
force
check that
anyone
out.
to testify.
But
You
as I
can
recall,
try.
that was certainly stretching the definition of
apply
priest
fines. You can
parishioner
apply
privilege.
jail time.
So
But if
parents and
people don't want to
children
talk, they
do
won't
not
talk.
have that same privilege. And it was first reported
Why does she
largely
always have this
about that. Of
slightly
course, lawyers
Kubrick
always
angle?
knew about it.
Oh,
When Monica
yep, we're done.
Okay, we're done.
It worked. Yep.
Hey, it would work for
I
me.
promise I won't do this in at least 2 or 3 more months, because I don't want it to be, because then you will leave instead of listen to me. But once in a while I might do it when I think you need to be riled up. Now that person, Nancy Grace, is so full of it. I'm not even American and I know she's wrong. That's yeah.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. We all appreciate you on this, the holy day of Sweden. Ness.
And okay, I was asked to sing, and that's how you know I'm not sober, because I don't even sing in the shower. But in Sweden we have something called snapsvisa, or schnapps tune of sorts. You sing and then you take the shot.
That's the kind of drinking and singing that needs to come to America.
And one of the standard ones is Helangor. The whole thing goes. Oh God. Helan går, sjung hopp farallan lallan lej. Helan går, sjung hopp farallan lej. Och den som inte helan tror han heller inte halvan får. Helan går. Motherfucker. Sjung hopp farallan lej.
So much more classy than 99 bottles of beer on the wall.
Whew. No, she didn't give more. You don't get the half if you don't take the whole. Phrasing. And then there are a few verses when you go the half one goes, and then the quarter goes, and then it's all about. We have a Swedish championship each year of snapsvisa, of schnapps tunes, and there has to be new ones, not just let's
forget strongman. I want to see that competition on, what is it, ESPN 8. The Ocho, and if anyone understands or gets that reference, dodgeball.
Let's see if I can find something that won't get you. Okay, this is
legendary. Knows what I'm talking about.
This is only 50 seconds long. This is from a Swedish television show called Så ska det låta, where it is improvisation, music by improvisation, or they have to find out a song just by alternative text to that song and stuff like that. And this is let's see if I can play it without getting
Men ni är ju helt fantastiska att sjunga snapsvisor. Kan inte man få höra någon sån ikväll? Kanske redan nu? Kan man få en snapsvisa nu?
Det var en gång en kung som dog för folkets väl. Det sista ord han sade när näsan upp han lade. Vad jävlar i min själ, vad jävlar i, vad jävlar, vad jävlar, vad jävlar i min själ. Vad jävlar i min själ. Sång!
Yeah, that's it. What
I'm sure it would make a lot of sense if I knew Swedish.
The translation is roughly about putting your nose in the air, as in, and damn it goes down, of sorts. But sang by professionals.
So they sounded really good.
It's an entire genre in Sweden about inventing new schnapps tunes.
Well, any country that does professional drinking songs has my vote.
Let's see here.
Ja, det känns ju helt fantastiskt.
Let's see here if...
Flera gånger 3.
Let's see if you can hear...
Och hur mycket tid lägger du?
Jag funderar på roligheter och formulera det här.
No, they didn't try. This is the 2022 winner of that year's best schnapps tune. So it was an event. But
oh goodness.
He didn't sing it in this short segment. That's more Irish than the Irish.
Well, if the lore is correct, the Swedes are simply Irish that stayed off the boat.
Or went back from Ireland.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Yes, Sweden won this year's Eurovision. Loreen, I haven't watched it in years, but it was the 8th win, I think, since the 1950s. Swedish chef from the Muppets speaks Swedish too. No, that's not really Swedish. But we love him. We love him.
PBS has been lying to me all these years. Sure, I
Oh,
thought it was bilingual. Well, damn it. Oh, wait. It's past 2 hours.
woke
F
now?
it.
You do know that, what was it, 1998, man turned woman won. So it's not like it's now it's gone woke. It's
Okay,
been
what is
woke
the Swedish
for
word for
decades.
that?
Man turned woman? It's the same, transgender. It's more or less the same word.
Dang it, I thought it was gonna have like 37 letters in one Q that I didn't know what to do with.
Well, depending on who you ask, you might get there are slurs that might have those.
Well, I didn't know. I'm not asking for your slurs. I mean, I will ask in a private chat for your slurs, but
Let's see here. I have to find the. Yeah. Let's see here. Open picture. He was that's Dana International from Israel. That used to be a man.
well, damn it. Now I feel, yeah, she's a better woman than me.
Yeah. And that was she won in 1998. And apart from that, you have let's see here.
I like that she made her dress, or they made their dress out of, it looks like duct tape.
Let's see here. When did that person win?
Or safety belts.
This person won the 2014 Eurovision.
Okay.
This is Conchita Wurst.
It's been 2 hours, but I don't know that I can say what my head is thinking.
Yeah. So saying that Eurovision has gone woke now, it's always been woke. If you
This
want
is
to use
just
that
not
term.
fair.
Mm.
They can do eyeliner and makeup better than me. I feel like I should have some sort of uterus like domain over how to do makeupness stuff.
Yeah. Let's pull up another winner.
Please let it be like Broomhilda, the Susan Boyle of the West. I just need it to be someone that looks vaguely East German.
This band won the. Let's see here, so I can. This band won 2002. Let's see here.
Susan Boyle did have an amazing voice. She does have an amazing voice. I'm just saying that, look, I need a drag queen to come and style me.
Yep.
Because
this band won 2002. Lordi from Finland.
sold. They don't look like predators that escaped at all.
Let's see if I can get a short snippet without getting everything. Dun, dun. Let's just find a good spot here. There, let's see here. Boom. Share screen, share screen, share screen, share screen.
I know I have to talk myself through it every time. Like share screen, share screen.
Yeah. So this will be just a few seconds, just so you can know how they sound. So these people, those won 2007, something like that. Yeah. So Eurovision is amazingly weird. Sometimes extremely woke. Sometimes, Serbia won about a decade ago with an extremely nationalistic song, formed as a ballad, but the lyrics was more or less, well, very, very nationalistic.
For the fatherland, should we say?
We will take back what we lost.
See, that's what the Germans in 1930 had. They didn't have Eurovision. They just needed that and a good riff on the guitar, and we would have been great with it.
I don't play the clarinet, but I've been known to play the trumpet for glass of scotch. Oh, yeah.
Listen, I don't know who invented the recorder, but whatever country did that, we are going to war. Every parent will tell you.
They are a toned down Gwar. Do you know who Gwar is, Mo?
Yes, but why would you tone them down? Embrace the weird.
Yeah. Not as much 15-foot long erect stuff. Yeah. It was Eurovision. It's a kids program, didn't you see? With transsexuals,
totally.
transvestites, and
The
Gwar
bearded woman, I'm definitely
Yeah.
thinking kids show.
Yeah.
Maybe next time on the Muppets.
Yeah. People you might see on Walmart.
If you're my youngest, Mommy, why does that man have a dress on? Shh. Don't want to send us to a miseducation camp.
It's
Quiet.
a loincloth. Why is he carrying a canoe?
Questions we can only ask in Sweden, Alex, for 500.
Oh, Gwar, probably, but these bands who make all that, there are a few of them. So, inspired by, let's just say it like that. I'm still waiting for other. Let's see here. I didn't know I needed. Do you want to watch?
I'm down for anything.
Sadie
we are
is
2 hours in,
Mm.
and I am tipsy-ish. Ness.
Yeah. Let's see here. Let's have some fun here.
thought of a
Oh,
question
no.
yet. Well, hopefully you think of one. Maybe you'll think of one as we go. I may have forgotten to send
That was
her
an
a link.
interesting first
So
question.
let me send her a link. I sent her one for this morning. I don't think I
Dang,
sent her one
David,
for today.
for
or for
getting
tonight.
links.
Let me do that now. And in the meantime, while I am multitasking here, I will tell you all about how I came to the Crumbly case. Or not really. Yeah, don't forget to do all the YouTube stuff.
Yeah, same here. Have you liked and
I
subscribed
don't know
yet?
if you've seen any of my streams
Please do
before,
that.
but I've been
It
covering
helps,
a
this
couple of
channel
trials,
or
3
the
trials
YouTube
now. We
stuff.
kind of sort of covered Travis.
Yes,
with
all the YouTube
access
stuff.
to my Discord, and in my Discord, we stream a lot of trials that we don't necessarily cover on YouTube.
Have you had any
as well?
questions
And there's
yet,
also cookies
David?
and nudes, genitals in our Discord. Yes, there are.
They're only on dead
I'm going to clip
people.
that. There are genitals in our Discord.
We have
Yes.
I mean, we do ask you not like we do tell you that it's explicit, and they're Jody Arias's, so really, I mean,
Oh, I'm not so. I need to get that aquavit taste out of my mouth. So I'm going to use Aran, heavily peated sherry cask, 50%. This is tarmac, rubber shoes. This is so good. Can't
it
you tell?
sounds that description, it sold me.
Yeah.
You're making my foray into whiskeys and bourbons
This
seem
is
very good.
This is Lafroig on steroids. This is so smoky, it's almost painful. Oh, it's so good.
I enjoy booze that are mostly painful.
Yeah, but that's tequila you enjoy, isn't it? Or
Tequila
boxed
was on
wine.
sale. Again, I have the one superpower I have is finding all the booze that's going on clearance. So I got a shit ton of vodka for $5 a bottle. And I just got a Canadian whiskey. We do not know. We are going to try it out.
Let's see if he answers John Garris.
Are you even a real lawyer? Yeah. Yes, I am. Unfortunately. What are UFO Jody picks? I don't know. Oh, what about UFO? Oh, we have saucer areolas, like UFO saucer areola Jody picks.
Oh, dear Lord.
Okay.
And you wonder why aliens will never will never come and tell us all the good stuff. They watch our YouTube feeds. They're like, nope. We'll just mutilate their cows and leave.
That's a religious question. I'm trying to remember. I do know there was a Jesuit order, but I don't know why the Pope expelled them. I don't know. Yeah, I don't understand. That's a question out of the blue that I wasn't expecting. Thank you, Gigi.
Thank
we
you.
love you too. We love you too.
We do.
Okay. Yeah. Back in the day.
We should all go out with Swedish guys. Unless you're married or Dominique, then you can date while married.
Yeah. But find a Swedish man. There are a lot of eyeliner boys out there. So find a man.
Profile your Swedish man.
Yeah. Slim fit jeans might be a red flag.
They are always a red flag.
Yeah. So I never worn slim fit. I don't understand the concept of slim fit at all. But then again, I'm 250 pounds. Slim fit on me.
Listen, we all got together and decided the 80s were the worst idea in fashion ever.
Yeah.
And we poured holy water on the entire decade. And we didn't really win until the end of the mid of the 90s. but we closed that Pandora's box of fashion, and y'all are trying to break it open.
Yeah, and 80s.
Bring me back
When you see,
bootcut jeans, and we're good.
Yeah, if you watch all the 80s in today's movies, they have cut out. It's the dream sequence of what you might remember from the 80s. It has nothing to do with the 80s. I mean, 80s. I mean, I became an adult in the 80s. I watched the Berlin Wall, and I had the hairstyle of business in the front, party in the back.
Oh my God, my youngest asked me for a mullet. He said it was awesome, and I said, "You will get out of this house."
Yeah, mullets are rarely something. Now, I'm not a hairdresser or a fashion icon of, well, just look at this. But have mullets ever looked good on anyone? Chat, name a few people with good-looking mullets, and we'll take a look at it. Okay. Let's see. Brown
To
cheese.
quote
You mean,
Patty and Selma,
brown cheese, goat cheese. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's so tasty.
to quote Patty and Selma from The Simpsons, MacGyver. MacGyver is the only man that could pull off a mullet. You're muted.
Yeah, okay.
But if your name is not whatever MacGyver's first name was,
those of us that came of age in the 80s have seen a lot of things. Oh, yeah.
did Snake Plissket have a mullet in Escape New York? Or was that a Farrah Fawcett?
Let's see here. No, I wouldn't consider. I wouldn't consider that a mullet. That's just hair being grown out from short.
Okay, well then I can continue to like Snake Plissket.
Yeah, maybe. But mullet for me,
mullet,
when you actually cut it short and have long hair. Now,
the mullet is alive and well in Indiana.
Well, this I have on top of my head will become a natural mullet as it thins out. But yeah, but I always had a large forehead, so it's not that much. It's just getting thinner, and at my age, I'm glad I have this much left. My grandfather, who we strongly believe was a mixture of a Russian woman and an orangutan, he had hair. He had to shave here and here to have two eyebrows.
Oh my God, my youngest has a unibrow, and he's the blondest kid ever, so you can't tell. But he jokes. So I said something once, and then he tried to shave all of his eyebrows out. So I was like, so every once in a while, I just have to pretend shave his eyebrow.
Yeah, because we strongly believe in the family. If you go back 5 or 6 generations, we have the missing link between Neanderthal and modern human. Because I'm happy I'm not as hairy as my dad. My dad is definitely happy he's not as hairy as his dad. And I need to shave my ears and pluck my shoulders before a good date with my girlfriend. That's, yeah, things you didn't expect to hear at your barber. Do you want me to shave your ears first?
To be fair, I tell Mr. Mo when he's growing an ear fro and a nose fro, so I may not be the most helpful wife.
But I'm thinking, Patrick Swayze, did he have a mullet?
Yes, but he's Patrick Swayze.
See here, Roadhouse.
And Johnny can do whatever the hell he wants because Johnny can dance. Also, he was in Ghost, which made pottery cool for about a second and a half.
I don't know. Is that a mullet?
Again, Patrick Swayze, he can pull off things that a lot of people can't. It's sort of a mullet.
Bogan haircut. I have no idea what that is.
Oh, we must find out now. It's a mullet, but it's Patrick Swayze, and he can never be wrong. He made Whoopi Goldberg not so terrible. Oh, dear Lord, what is that?
What?
That's like looking into the sun.
What am I looking at?
I would say Kentucky, but this is apparently
Australia.
This is what happens when you send a lot of convicts to Australia together.
That is a
But I kind of like the mustache. Femme Mattel, sorry, you know I don't know what to say. I'm still confused about that is a swap meet from this year, Kentucky.
Welcome to Alabama. We are all family here.
Pretty much. I mean, I like the Yosemite Sam mustache and the pearl necklace for some reason, and the kimono.
That's Shawn Michaels there on a man who is not the Heartbreak Kid.
That is a whole lot of something going on. And I can't. It's oddly mesmerizing.
Let's see here.
Oh my God, what is that?
That's Shawn Michaels, former professional wrestler. This is an older picture of him.
In fetish wear?
That's professional wrestling.
I mean, professional wrestling wear.
Yeah. Here's, I
at all
believe,
look
it's
like
the more
a BDSM dungeon guy.
Let's see if I can find a more recent. Well, he kind of had an eye injury, which makes his one of his eyes go kind of a different direction. I'm not entirely sure he still if it's a glass eye of sorts.
Despite being in Indiana, I didn't go down the whole WWE road. It's not his fault he has lazy eye.
This is more recent. I don't know why the picture went up like that.
Oh, that's just a skullet.
Oh, that's not a mullet. That's a skullet. Yeah. When your hair completely stops growing. It's not... well, it's actively formed that way, but not by a barber or a haircut.
He has a peninsula, but that's slowly going to become an island. Just give up, sir. Go full, Caesar like George Clooney did when he was balding, and your chest hair will migrate to your back. It's just the nature of
but
man.
It's everything I lose here grow out somewhere else. That's the very weird part of
the Lion King
getting into the prime of your life.
The Lion King never told us about this. He said the circle of life. They didn't mean back hair. Well, they didn't know they meant back hair.
No.
To be fair, if you're a woman in the prime of your life, you've got that one chin hair that just grows for no reason.
Yeah, and you only discover it once it's 2 inches long. Somehow it's invisible up until 2 inches. Yeah, my girlfriend have a similar situation. But that's life. Da-da. Yeah, again, like, subscribe, become a member. If normally on this channel we watch trials, we have fun, we have snark, we have legal questions and stuff like that. This is just me having a Swedish holiday stream, drinking, having fun. Become a member. I have videos just for members. Maybe I should play a bit from one of them so you can decide if, let's see here, if I can find something I can play. Let's take one of the recent ones. For you who doesn't know, I have a farm and I'm renovating the actual house. And so I've been telling my members some of the progress and stuff like that. And so this is part of, let's see here, bum. So let's play part of this. Hey folks, members only. Thought I would show you some progress. This is what we have done to the new electricity system. We are building it into what will be the new wall. And I need to get another beer, so you all keep watching. This is the main circuit. I'll be back in a few seconds. This is a separate circuit for upstairs. And here it will be a separate circuit for downstairs. This is just in preparation for maybe renting it out eventually. Apart from that, we have got some preparations for the new wall and what will be the new staircase. Everything in that staircase will be removed, of course, because as you see, not in the greatest condition, and it's steep. Just to show how steep it is, it's 1 hand wide. That is what we in Sweden call a suicide stair.
I was about to say, never drink when going down that stair.
Murdoch's cleaning lady would have dropped dead much sooner with a stair like this.
Hell, I would have.
Apart from that, you might remember on
Please
the
tell me you're keeping the red shag though.
Outside here. So we are starting to get everything ready. We have filled in parts of it, not everything yet. Need some more, not plumbing. Well, it needs some more to do. And I showed you a picture of. Thank you, Gigi, for gifting 5 memberships to E&D, Jimmy Gerard, Danielle, Cool, Bunny Slim, J-Hud67. If you were gifted, thanks. Give your thanks to Gigi. Look at that. That is how rhubarb is supposed to look. I'm just saying. That's how it's supposed to. Oh, it's so good. Rhubarb, yeah, perfectly.
And not at all phallic.
Red, no, not at all phallic. Apparent. No resemblance to dog genitalia. So this will be picked, chopped, and freezed in preparations for what's coming. And there's my garden hose. I've been looking for that. You know, when you mow your lawn and find something, you know, you're kind of a redneck.
See, it's the things that bond us together as humans because you have rednecks, we have rednecks.
Yeah. There's my garden hose. I've been looking for that. Hey, I got a garden hose. Hey ho. What else has happened here? Well, you might remember this is the line where we dug up the geothermal system, dug for the system. And
Mr. Wow wouldn't let us get a geothermal system. Mostly because we're in central Indiana and we don't have a geothermal system.
What will be rye? It's about.
Are you making your own booze?
No, half of it is rye, half of. For legal reasons, I cannot disclose if I make booze because it's illegal. We have an alcohol monopoly in Sweden.
Okay, for legal reasons, if you send your local Mo a cask, I will also not know that you're making booze.
Okay. And I'm not making anything. And just because I have a glass-lined copper tube and 200-gallon container does not mean I combine it.
You are simply recycling for Mother Nature. And Greta Thunberg told you to something. I'm sure she said something.
It's for science.
For science.
Yeah. It is grass for feeding the horses down there, neighboring farm. So rye and grass this year, or this season, and maybe we'll prepare for next year's sugar beets as well.
Ooh, sugar beets.
Apple trees going on fine. They look weird because a tree fell on them. Another apple tree. Now, let's see here. This huge tree, huge, depends on what you compare it with. This is another apple tree. We trim it down every now and then. This tree is just about 100 years old, we think. And it's a local brand of apples called... Hey, Steve!
Hello.
Hello!
Hello.
We are
Hi,
doing...
How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing? You had a stream today.
I just got off it. I didn't want to commit to your stream until because I had one at 8 o'clock, and I just had a really good conversation with the Hidden Hand, and we had a real nice stream. And I popped over here as soon as I got done because I wanted to say salute.
Salute. Skål.
So I don't have a drink or anything, but just
no worries. I have two.
We took care of it for you.
We are way ahead of you. But just for Steve Gosney, but I've been playing what I'm playing right now. Now we are doing a Sweden National Day, but we have kind of passed on from that, and just a general having a good time stream.
Well, that's nice. We need that. I just had a really very deep discussion with a fellow who suffering from paralysis. Yeah, and so he's overcoming this. He's fighting his way through it, and has gained a whole new perspective on life through his experience. And it was quite an interesting conversation. And but with some people, we don't hear from people a lot. I like hearing from people we don't hear from often. So So tell me about Mo in the Deep End. I recognize your chat name.
Well, I'm somewhat irreverent. I'm a mom of 6, and I'm a bit starstruck because I've definitely seen you on all of the streams, and I may or may not be a whole lot tipsy, so trying to I definitely have your book as something I want to read, but I know you're shocked, but with the 6 kids, I don't have the amount of free time that I am always positive in that I have more free time than I thought I did.
I understand. Well, it's okay. I appreciate that. The heart is there. The effort is, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely want to read all of your stuff because you kind of opened my eyes to different things about forensics, maybe not being as cut and dry as I thought they were prior to joining LawTube and, well, not joining it, but at least watching it.
Right. Well, actually, I just got to tell you, Nick, I've been doing this forensic series on my Rumble channel where I've been through fingerprints and DNA and junk science. And I've got an expert coming up, Bruce. Hey, Bruce. I have one of my all-time favorite experts that I've ever been around. Part of it is that I'm trying to do things. Being in my position, I get to be around some brilliant people, right? And we get these great experts. And so I have these connections, and I'm like, what better thing to do with my time than to go and would you come on my channel and talk to me, right? And so they come and they talk to me, and it's great. And I've got a guy coming up who is an expert on false witness confessions. He is an expert on how cops extract false confessions. And he's brilliant. I'm telling you, his name's Dr. DeClue. He's a real flower child. And Mo I bet she's to write. Yeah. So I'm going to interview him, and I'm going to post that. And then I also have a fellow coming up on Thursday named Dr. Scott Gerber, who is a brilliant professor. And he is a professor of law, of American law, and has done the jurisprudence of Clarence Thomas, as well as the Declaration of Independence. And but he is currently a target of the woke mob up in Ohio, Northern Ohio University. So we're going to talk academics, but he really needs help from people because he's been summarily dismissed without notice and without explaining to him about why. But he's a brilliant professor, and I'm really looking forward to having a good academic conversation with a man who is the kind of academic we need in the world. So that's kind of what I'm doing. So I don't know. I don't know where that came from. I was just talking.
No,
she was talking about reading books and stuff, and I'm thinking what am I doing? I'm really doing this stuff.
So. Yeah. No, it's really interesting. And watched you a few days ago, when you explained that more or less your entire life you have been not that social person who has had an easy time making friends, but now at an adult age, all of a sudden you find more people. And I've been thinking of that because I'm more or less a hermit. But as soon as I find that person has information I don't know about, I want to listen. And that's how I think maybe now at an adult age, we have the audience we have who I believe are thirsty for knowledge. And you have knowledge of something. Maybe we know something about it, but you know more about it. And at the same time,
it depends what it is.
You're humble enough to also, if you know that person has more knowledge about that part, you are prepared to listen.
Oh,
and
yeah.
That is
I love learning. I love learning.
So
I love
rare.
learning from people.
Yeah. That is so rare because when you watch experts in media, for instance, or experts anywhere, they try to be, I'm an expert in this area. That means I'm an expert generally. And more often,
that's a good point.
They're not.
Well, actually, I would say one of my strengths is my ignorance and stupidity. and here's what I mean by that is that I know what I don't know, and it's a lot, right? And so when I'm like, and so I'm always, and I'm also try to be at least consciously humble. I know this is something I learned from Clarence Thomas, actually, is it's like not that I'm humble because, oh, that's what I am, and so I'm wearing my morality as a badge. No, I choose to be humble because if you're humble, then your ears are open, right? So you come at things with the understanding that you don't know everything. And then because even when I'm in a trial, for example, I find it really helpful as a trial attorney because I like to sit there and pretend like I don't know anything about this case, right? So I'm in there and I'm just like a juror. And I'm like, well, explain that to me. I don't understand that. What do you mean by that? Okay, what's this DNA thing? Okay, why is it this way? So I'm coming at it from a position of ignorance or humility or as if I don't know anything. And I think it helps me in front of a jury because the jury is the first time then hearing the case. When these attorneys come in there and they know the case backward and forward, they want to impress how much they know, and the jury is completely lost. So I think a strength of mine is that I am willfully ignorant.
Yeah.
It makes it very easy to approach. I will say, so, when you come in and you say, hey, I've written this article and this article, for someone who never finished college because I was out having a herd of children, all of these lawyers talking, it can be very intimidating, but you come at it and you say, and I know you have the education, I know you have written these articles, but you speak in a common parlance, and you come at it with a humility that I find very refreshing. So I do like that because it makes it approachable.
Thank you. But it's part of it. And I'm trying to work on this whole YouTube communication tool because part of it is that I've worked very hard my whole life to speak directly and simply and efficiently. And so my writing style is developed because I think that there's too many people that they want to show you how smart they are. So they use big confusing words, but what they're really doing is they're hiding their confused thoughts in a cloud of words. And so they really don't have their thoughts together. They're not really organized. And so they wow you with all these words and complicated sentences. And you're like, man, that guy sure is smart, right? When in fact they aren't. They have not thought about it. So writing to me is a process of thinking. And I'm trying to work on this medium because part of it, people are getting sick of me like, oh, I wrote an article on that or it's in my book. And I'm trying to cut off
a
those
meme. That's a Steve meme.
I know it is. And I'm working on that because part of it is that
maybe you should write an article on it.
Right. But part of my job is to cite my authority. So when I say like, okay, I'm getting this idea, I want to say, well, I'm getting this idea from Jordan Peterson, or I'm getting this idea from, Dostoevsky or something, right? So I'm picking, and I feel like if I say it, I'm stealing that idea unless I attribute it. So even with my books, like I want to say, well, I want to tell you what I'm thinking, and I've written an article about it because that backs up what I'm saying. I've studied this, and I'm trying to give myself like, look, I'm not just saying this out of my rear end. I'm trying to tell you that I've thought about it, and here's my opinion. But I'm learning that maybe I need to chop that off a little bit and be able to just like say what I think. But that's where it's coming from. Like I'm wanting to cite what I'm saying. So when I make a sentence, I'm like, oh, that's like I wrote this article, and here's what it says, and then it gets all complicated. So I'm working on it, folks.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of like it because it's like, hey, he wrote an article. He's smart.
Well, I write to think. I write to think because it helps me organize my thoughts. The death penalty death penalty book that I just did, right? People keep asking me because that's my job, and they want to like, oh, you're the death penalty. Well, how can you justify? How can you represent? And they're hitting me with these things. How can you be against the death penalty? And for me to answer that question, it takes me an hour and a half, right? So I'm like, I've got to write this book so that I can just say, read the book and you'll understand, right? Because otherwise, any answers that I give, see, when somebody gives me their reasoning, it immediately goes into I've thought about it and I've categorized it, and I've got 10 reasons why. I know, like, oh, well, what you're saying is argument number 2. And I've thought about that. And here's the weaknesses of that. And what about argument 3 and 4 on the other side that you haven't thought of? But see, once we start getting into it, it's so like, so
you just have nebulas of thought.
It's just a big cloud. Whereas if you reduce it to writing and it's outlined and it's organized, then it's like, okay, here's what I'm thinking. Here's why I'm thinking it. And I've thought of what your argument is already. So I don't know. I'm just talking. I'm just here for have fun, man. I should get a sidecar.
Yeah. Do you know what the Swedish National Day cake is?
No, tell me. I want to learn about Sweden. Congratulations to Sweden, by the way, on getting the go-ahead for NATO.
What?
You didn't hear that?
I mean, they did?
Yes, like Aragon, the guy, he went and met with the Turkish prime minister, and they resolved their disagreements. And the path is now clear for Sweden to be part of NATO.
I have been on streams or asleep all day.
See there, I'm breaking this more to celebrate there. Congratulations. Woohoo. Saab will now become the Carl Gustaf. All the great artillery systems, man, the great Swedish war machines will be now on our side.
TNT for all of us forever.
Oh my goodness.
Let's see here.
The Gripen.
Hours. It's not in Swedish news yet.
No, let me find. I'll find it. I'm pretty sure. But
I do know that our former Prime Minister Carl Bildt met with Erdogan, and Carl Bildt is one of the top. I would argue he is one of the top statesmen in the 20th century, and he always comes back from retirement to do stuff. He was involved in the Yugoslavian conflict and solved many of those things. He's even I remember in the mid-noughts when the embassy papers were leaked by the U.S. government. He was called a medium-sized dog with a big dog bite, and everybody thought that was an insult. No, an 8 million country, and you have among those you have a medium-sized dog. That's actually not an insult.
Hey, check it. I put it in private chat.
Okay. Oh, yeah, from NATO itself.
Mm-hmm.
Now looks forward to finalizing NATO membership.
Yeah, but look at the picture.
Yeah, that's Stoltenberg and Erdogan. But I'm not sure. Let's just skim through it.
Basically, the summary is that Turkey has dropped its objections based on meetings with Sweden.
Yeah, let's see here. Bump. The two leaders also discussed Sweden's bid for NATO membership. Mr. Stoltenberg noted that Stockholm has taken significant concrete steps to meet Turkey's concerns, including the Swedish constitution, arms embargo, stepping up counter-terrorist cooperation, including against the PKK. Okay, but it doesn't explicitly says it is on a move on, but if you read, this is when you talk about diplomacy and diplomats, there's nothing written out loud. Right. Nothing is written out loud. So even though it's not written out loud, I can see in between the lines that, yes, this is probable, more probable than not.
Right. My understanding is that it's basically a green light, that the result, I'm sure that the Swedish were probably hoping that Aragon would lose. And then once they did not, they gave in to whatever demands that they were having. And then it's like smooth the way. It's all politics, but.
Yeah, it's all politics. And the main issue is Sweden has traditionally been a supporter of the PKK.
Hey, Gigi, want to say hello. I see Gigi in the chat. Flux is in the chat.
Yeah, Flux, you have a link, don't you? This is Swedish for horses do not exist. That's a conspiracy theory. Horses are fruit.
I don't know. I want a second opinion. Do horses exist, Mo?
If you look at the photos that Nicholas has shown me, horses are a figment of our imagination, a fig
really?
Newton of our imagination, if you will.
Okay, interesting. And of course, I have also been communicating with you about my DNA expert, who has very strong opinions about the Zachariah Anderson case.
Yeah, I heard that is.
It makes Lord of the Rings so much more majestic.
You're funny.
This is around 2004, 2005. About a decade ago, it was a Swedish Facebook page that just went on with horses doesn't exist, horses are fruit, and it just snowballed, and 250,000 people joined that page and did stuff like this. It's the funniest thing ever. Now, we were into the Swedish national cake. You know, we are efficient.
Okay.
Yeah. So what we did was we take one mazarine. It's shortbread with fillings and icing. And then
what kind of fillings?
Marzipan, maybe.
Oh, I love marzipan.
Oh, you're killing me. Why did I go low carb
So we
today?
take one of these, and then we add strawberry jam.
Oh, this looks good.
Oh, drunk me will totally not be buying those on eBay.
So
or
a
Amazon.
mazarine with strawberry jam, efficient and. Yeah,
I had to go
you gotta do something
carnivore
up there in the
today.
snow.
What?
You gotta do something in the snow. That's
Now-
beautiful.
Yeah. Now we were into. I will actually restart this because I was telling to my members do have access to members only videos. Most of it is just random thoughts and the renovation of the farm. So let's just restart because I don't think Steve, you know, I run a farm on the side, or maybe you didn't.
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, it's a roughly 45-acre farm. I rent out the land for neighboring farms to cultivate things, but I do have input in what they grow because some of it I can use. I have let's see here, it's 35 yards by 15 yards barn. What is I have no idea the square footage, but it's big. But let's just restart that. Oh, there. Hey folks, members only. Thought I would show you some. So if you become a member, this and many videos like this what we have done to the new electricity system.
Nicholas, if Drunk You doesn't buy you a members only jacket, we can't be friends anymore.
And we have split it up. So this is the main circuit. This is a separate circuit for upstairs. And here it will be a separate circuit for downstairs. This is just in preparation for maybe renting it out eventually. Apart from that, we have got some...
I have first dibs on the Airbnb, right, Nicholas?
Sure. The new wall and what will be the new staircase. Everything in that staircase will be removed, of course. Because as you see, not in the greatest condition. And it's steep. Just to show how steep it is. It's 1 hand wide. It's a suicide stair.
Yeah, that would not pass American
that,
standards.
might
If you don't keep the
remember
red shag carpeting,
on the back
we're
door
not doing the Airbnb.
outside here. So we are starting to get everything ready. We have filled in parts of it.
We have
not
redone the
everything yet.
plumbing and
We
installed the
need some more,
geothermal system.
Not plumbing. Well, it needs some more to do.
This has to do with water and fresh water from.
And
lake.
I showed you a picture of the rhubarb. And let's try to find a good one here.
Wow, look at that. That's pretty.
Look at that.
Nice.
Perfectly red, no
And
parent.
as Mo said, no phallic.
So this will be picked, chopped, and freezed in preparations for what's coming. And there's my garden hose. I've been looking for that. Hey, I got a garden hose. Hey ho. What else has happened here?
Rhubarb pie is amazing. Just
this
saying.
is the line.
What?
Rhubarb
where
pie.
we dug
Oh,
up
I
the
love
geothermal
rhubarb.
system.
Rhubarb is not.
Dug for the system.
What?
I love rhubarb.
Yeah, it's so amazing. And what's growing there is sweet rhubarb.
Oh, no, it's so good.
Yeah. And I was
This is
listening.
beautiful. Look at that. That's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah, so this is 4 to 5 acres, and that's been renting out to neighboring farms because I don't have the time to cultivate it.
Here is the field.
Now do
This
drive the
is
combined
what will be
harvester when it's time for
rye.
harvest.
It's about half of it is rye, half of it is grass for feeding the horses. Hey, down there, neighboring farm. So rye and grass this year, or this season, and maybe we'll prepare for next year's sugar beets as well.
It's beautiful though. Look at that. That's where you live, huh?
Yeah.
That's gorgeous. You living in paradise.
Apple
that's for
trees
sure.
going on fine.
Now I know why you're a happy man.
Yeah, it's rural. I mean, I grew up rural,
apple tree.
then I moved to the city, and now I come back
let's
to
see.
rural.
This huge tree, huge, depends on what you compare it with. This is another apple tree. We trim it down every now and then.
This is
This
the old diesel
tree
tank,
is
by the way,
just about
which is not necessarily
100
more.
years old, we think. And it's a local brand of apples called Fjälläpplen. Now, this is not widely known, because it's a great looking tree. It has a lot of wildlife. Well, it had a lot of wildlife.
The cat
Why
says he
doesn't
knows
it
nothing
have
about the dead
more
wildlife.
Wildlife.
See, cats are the same all over. Even Swedish cats, they act just like American cats.
Well, but mainly it's not widely spread, this apple, because even though the tree looks good, the flowers looks great, the apples taste like shit. And but they
We are not sure why the original who crossbred that to get these type of apples, because we believe that he only for looks. Good tree, amazing looking flowers, pinkish, whitish flowers, but the apples taste garbage, and that's why you only find Fjälläpplen in and around this little rural area. I believe there's a grand total of maybe 40 trees left.
Of the apples?
Yeah.
Do you juice them? Are they good juicers? Sometimes they may be good for one thing and not for another.
No, they're terrible. They look good, and some horses like these apples, so we give them away.
Beautiful spot. What a beautiful spot on earth you live in.
A little bit of what has happened since last time I gave you a tour about the renovations and stuff. You might see this lawn has a bit of moss, but 4 years ago, all of this was moss alone. Now I've been raking and planting new grass for every spring for 4 years.
Grass seed, more or less.
So it's starting to get better. Yes, I could have just dug it all up and bought ready grass, but I'm going to be here for a while, so I want to see the progress myself. Yeah. And here is where my English goes away a bit, because that part,
couple of years
build a deck.
from now, this area, I will have some kind of wooden flooring. What's it called?
A deck.
Well, just some place.
You know, I speak English for a living, and I still
maybe
forget
a hammock,
words.
a grill, but that's a few years into the future.
As the sainted George Carlin
Okay.
said, let's all agree, or let's all stick with the
Now I'm done,
language we all
I think.
agreed on. And I
Hey.
can't.
And yeah, I will just.
Nick, were you filming this shirtless?
Uh-oh. You got to watch out, man. These Swedes, they have different standards, you know.
Oh, yeah.
The nudity might go all the way down.
Go around.
Well,
Have a nice
Flux says
day.
pants
Thanks
are
for being a member.
prison.
Huh?
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you.
It's my farm. That neighbor is about 100 yards away. That neighbor is about 150 yards away.
Wow.
Dress code optional. Just saying.
That's beautiful.
He
I
was
love it.
naked.
We're American prudes. We wouldn't be. We'd be all bundled up and shivering, you know.
We had a gorgeous spring and early summer here. It was like 24, 25 degrees centigrade, which is 75-ish. 75 to 80, something like. I have no idea about your system.
Listen, Fahrenheit, height, we
English
just don't
strange,
know.
like. Let me ask you, Nick. There's a reason I came on your stream, and I had an objective.
Oh,
and that was I wanted you to tell me about Sweden's National Day.
Oh, okay.
What does that mean? To explain what the National Day is and what you're celebrating, and other than just being Swedish, which how could you not celebrate being Swedish?
Yeah. Well, we are lagom. Lagom is a Swedish word that doesn't exist anywhere else. It basically means not in between, but it's not too hot, not too cold. It's lagom. So not average, because average doesn't say anything. So lagom is a very Swedish word to describe us. But the Swedish National Day was decided on 1983 by the Swedish government, because apparently they looked at the Norway celebration, the USA celebration, and stuff like that. So they thought, well, we should have one too. And the nation said, yes, make midsummer the national day. And the government said, no, we will have the 6th of June. And the nation, why? But so they looked through the history, and it is the day we elected Gustav Vasa as the new king, and we separated ourselves from the Kalmar Union with Denmark in 1523. The issue with that is that was through the Julian calendar, and since then we got to the Gregorian calendar, so which means that date doesn't mean anything. So they found in 1809 we had a new foundational law, and stuff like that. But people, well, sure. So in 2004, it became an official holiday in Sweden. But the fun thing is, I want most people maybe, but a great number of people who actually celebrate this day in Sweden are immigrants, as a thank you to Sweden for allowing them in to gain citizenship, allow them to have a place to stay away from war. So that is really interesting. Now, not every immigrant celebrates it, but then again, not every Swede celebrates it either, because it's too new. We don't even eat pickled herring to it.
No.
No.
Well, what good is a holiday without pickled herring?
Exactly.
I know.
It's too new for pickled herring.
Well,
So, and I'm not a royalist by any mean of the word, but the king has a speech. People, it's more or less a national picnic day.
okay,
So
well, you could do worse.
Yeah, you could do worse, and I'm sure in time it will develop into a.
That should be the
holiday.
Swedish national motto. You could do worse.
Yeah, lagom. You could do worse.
I know,
Wonderful.
Steve, I tried to get them to understand that we celebrate our country by buying explosives off a carny on Route 44 and blow up a little bit of America to show our pride.
Yes, buy lots of Chinese-made fireworks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
and,
I'm getting ready to go up north. I'm going to go up to West Virginia, and we go out in the middle of the woods and shoot up thousands of dollars of fireworks. So
yeah,
I don't
Hey,
know.
if you don't spend a mortgage payment on explosives, do you really love America?
That's right. That's how I measure my love of America, by the amount of money I send to China for my fireworks.
Yeah. And the fun thing being rural, because I have, let's see here, I have Lund, like Lund University town, is about 8 miles in one direction. Then you have the city of Malmö, 20 miles in one direction. So I have everything around me. So if I want to see explosives, I go to Malmö. No, but fireworks, I have it all around. So I just, every light in the house, on the farm, blackout, I go out and I just look at it.
I understand. Well, that's fun. Well, picnic day. We should have more picnic days. See, in Florida, things are so hot. It's like a hothouse.
Yeah.
And everything is exploding in jungles and weeds. And it's like nothing, there, everything looks so controlled and beautiful and peaceful. And,
It's a misty morning as well. Wow. I wish I could show you.
Just jealousy.
Look, he's got his funded door behind him. I see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the funded door right there.
Yeah,
very good.
The Swedish flag is up. And
I see. You're really celebrating. We have bunting.
You was here. What?
We have bunting.
Bunting.
You know what bunting is?
On your layout.
Your layout has Swedish flag bunting.
Layover.
Yeah.
That's
really?
Sometimes we use these buntings of sorts on our Christmas trees, but instead of glitter and stuff. So we use Swedish flags instead.
Am I crazy? I like Jacksonville. We got Grant Gray in the chat, and he says yesterday was beautiful in Jacksonville. You know what? Jacksonville's okay. I like Jacksonville. Jacksonville gets a bad rap in Florida because there's some high crime areas, let's just say. But to me, it's like Florida is all fake. It's like Disney, and it's like, oh, happy, Mickey Mouse, and it's all, condos that ring the beach and, fantasy land. Where Jacksonville is like a working city. They got a port, they got a Navy base. They actually, it's really South Georgia, but those are good folks in Jacksonville. I salute Jacksonville.
Hey, Florida is great. I had my first kid-free vacation in 15 years at Sanibel Island.
Oh, yeah, very nice.
And everyone was like, oh, what are you going to go do? And I was like, I'm just going to be alone with adults. Just don't bother me, and I'm going to have 5 seconds to myself.
Well, where are you located, Mo?
Indiana, southern part, rural. with my herd of children and cats.
Herd
Never
of
get
children
one.
and cats. Okay.
Well, never get one child a kitten in a family of 6 kids because they will all want a kitten, and you really can't say no to one.
Well, I only have one cat, and he is actively trying to kill me. And
They all are. They're just waiting to grow large enough so they can
Cats
put
are
their
all
fangs in your neck.
sociopaths.
yeah, because once he's inside and I'm here in a stream, he scratches my legs, which those of you who has been on my streams, you know that. But we discovered that
do.
he's not using my legs as a scratch pole. He's tenderizing the meat.
That's right. He's getting ready to feast. So when you die, the cat like eats your face. That's the thing, dog. That's the cool thing about cat. I love cats. I'm actually a cat person, but my son is like deathly allergic, so we can't have cats. So I have a dog. But
And the only cat you can,
as you can get to a cat and still have a dog.
yeah, and the only cat, more or less, the only cat you can have as a cat with a cat allergy is either the naked cat or the really big long hair ones that doesn't have that short underpart.
Yeah, I don't know, but man, I'll tell you, my son, he gets. It's amazing how sensitive he is to cat stuff. So, yeah, it's just not going to happen. Look, if it's between my son and my cat and a cat, I think my son's going to win every time. I hate to say, sorry, cats, but I do get to pet them whenever I see them. They know. It's funny. Cats know when you're a cat person.
Yeah,
they do.
Because my wife is not a cat person. And she wants to grab her, and she's like, and they go fleeing, right? And the cats come right up to me. They go, oh, they rub you, and they love, and they go, I get to pet him. She's like, wait a second, why is he doing? Then that makes her even more mad. And then the cats know they're mad at him, and they flee. So I'm like, you just don't have the right cat attitude. But I love kitties. Ooh. I had a great cat when I was growing up. Oh, he's talking about he has a fellow who's a Jacksonville guitar builder. He's talking about baritone guitar. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Baritone guitar is pretty cool. Yeah. That a lot of ambient players play baritone. That is a cool. I don't want to even think about guitars because I was just saying on my last stream, I actually have all the guitars that I really want. And it's a terrible thing for me to say as a cat collector, as a guitar collector. It's you can never have enough guitars, but I've never been at a place like this where I have all the guitars that I've ever wanted. So I'm like, I don't want to think about it because I'm sure I could come up with more, but I don't want to come up with more because they're expensive, and I'm very, very, very picky. I'm very much a guitar snob, so I don't know.
Yeah, my cousin's husband is he does chainsaw art with trees, but he also builds guitars out of old kitchen tables. Let's see
cool.
if I can get this up here.
Steve, you made me almost have to drink, so I called my appellate friend who told me that perhaps other forensics sciences were not quite as solid as I thought they were.
Yes.
It was a sad day. Forensic files had lied to me for years.
There's no magic computer that organizes the world.
I'm so sad. I was so sad. I had to have a little wake for my forensic files beliefs.
Let's see if I can find the finished guitar somewhere, because I know I have seen it. So he makes these.
Oh, little trolls.
Yeah, and that's purely by chainsaw.
Wow. If I had a chainsaw, I would kill myself. I am so clumsy.
Let's see if.
Well, that's
and then he does signs and everything. So it starts out like this.
Huh.
And yeah, he is. And somehow I'm trying to get him to copyright.
That looks like you,
patent.
Nick.
Yeah, but he does mailboxes and birdhouses with troll faces. And I'm telling him you could make a lot of money just making these, but no, it's just a hobby for him.
Yeah,
So
I
he's
don't know about that. I think people they get a little overboard with like you can make a lot of money. I don't know about that. There's a limited market for it, you know.
also chainsaw.
Chainsaw.
I don't know. I really want a bear mailbox now, but my HOA would cry. So I need to learn how to secede from my HOA.
Mm. Yeah, and he smokes pipe. Of course. Let's see.
Vices in this guy, making the pipe look awesome.
Yeah,
That's cool. I like
yeah.
it.
And
see, that's the thing. I mean, the neat thing. Whoa, they don't look happy. See, this is the thing. I mean, when I watch this, it shows you how cultureless we Americans are, especially Floridians. See, we have no history and no culture at all.
We will not speak ill of America's freedom dong.
Freedom dog? What's that?
Dong. D-O-N-G.
Oh
Dong.
my goodness.
There is one of the kitchen table guitars he made.
It's almost a Telecaster.
Yeah. And
All I
my
make
dad
at the kitchen table
was
is
a
Kids
studio
Mad.
musician. Yeah. My dad was a studio musician in the 50s and 60s.
Oh,
And
really?
he's played his guitars and says, it's amazing. Because it's made by old, let's see, what's the English word for it? Dun, dun, dun. I'm trying to find there. And translate. For some reason, it wants me to translate English to Russian, but birch.
That is illegal.
So it's birch.
Okay.
Old birch. And
I know that in what was it, Spectre basses, which is my favorite, my number one bass right over here, that one right there. Spectre musical instruments, they sourced a wood from old water towers, or on top of the buildings in New York City. They would have these big wooden water things, and this wood has been sitting up there aging, this old hardwood, and soaked with this water for decades and decades and decades. And so they found this wood and they sourced it for their instruments. And I think they call them the Helium series. And it's spectacular wood, and it's fascinating. I would love to be, this is one of those things I would like to do, is be one of those people that hunts down and has a tree farm or finds really great wood. I love wood. Wood is beautiful. It's something, it's precious. It's like, and it's renewable, and you can craft it. It's just such a wonderful thing. You have a tree and you can turn it into something wonderful, like a guitar or a piece of furniture. And the grain is so natural and unique and one of a kind. I just love wood. That's why when all my guitars are natural wood, because when I buy a guitar, I want to see the wood. I want to see the grain. I want to see the art. Don't slather it in paint so that you cover up all that beautiful nature's beauty.
And Steve has now made Mr. Mo very happy because I will now greenlight his woodworking shop.
I put up the Facebook page for Janne Richards Fable and Fantasy Carving. That's my cousin's husband. And so please go follow him and watch all his photos. Because
how far is he from you?
About 6 hours.
Okay.
Yeah. And so it creates this out of logs, and I don't get it. that kind of art history. I don't understand, because he says he doesn't carve trolls out of trees. He liberates the trolls from the tree.
Well, that wasn't that. Who was that? Was that Michelangelo?
Yeah, Michelangelo. He chopped away the excess until the art was there. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's amazing. And he's been a blue-collar worker all his life, and now he's retired, and so now he's doing this full-time or spare time as a hobby. But
Yeah,
just because he can.
Choosy Heretic says, if you've loved to play guitar and would rather stand than sit, but find your guitar heavy and uncomfortable, I tinkered a solution to your guitar to be weightless. Actually, I like just a certain weight instrument. When I'm playing a certain weight instrument in my hand, I really can only play standing up. I've always played standing up. And there's something beautiful about
Runkle Raid. Oh, Runkle had a stream. Yeah.
Is Runkle coming? Let's have I
did send him an invite, so hopefully he will show up.
Runkle did something really cool, and I wanted to give him a big thumbs up accolades, because you hear about the $1,000 challenge he did.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, that's amazing.
That's cool. And Vices is here. I was with Vices pretty much all day today. I was working today.
Good night, nurse. Vices, get some sleep.
Vices never sleeps.
Jeff, go get some sleep. You have been up for over 24 hours.
Yes, for the love of Cheetos, get some sleep. We
I
need
do
you
get
alive.
worried about Jeff. But I was watching him all day. I was working today. From Runkle's, Pamela, welcome.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you. Wow. Jesus.
That was nice. Isn't that nice of Runkle? But there he is. Look, I'll just the man I was looking for.
How are you doing?
Good.
Hey.
Welcome. I wanted to give you a big thumbs up. You are the man about your $1,000 challenge.
Oh, well, I'm going to start sending that. I'm actually thinking I may set up like a donation thing for just put that in on the challenge.
Andrew Bronca doubled it,
Oh, has he?
Yes, he said he'd kick in 1,000 too.
So I'm actually thinking that I'm going to start going and approaching specific like people who've testified for the government and saying, you specifically pony up on this, like put up or shut up.
Well, explain to the folks what you're talking about, because I think it's genius. But go ahead, explain what. Whoa, look at Nick.
Whoops.
Oh.
So the issue that comes up is you've got experts who, what they say that they can do is match a particular fired bullet to a particular gun. And the way they do that is they fire a bullet from that gun and they match the two. But what this matching means is that they get a device that's called a comparison microscope. So it's a microscope that shows them both at the same time. And they basically just eyeball the two bullets at the same time and look at them. And the problem is that they're testing for what counts as good enough is so awful. It's basically just that they're like, hey, we can identify two things that we know to be the same.
Yeah,
which
it just arbitrarily said, if these two things line up, then it's a match. But who says that? Who says that that's true?
And they test them in ways that have such weak strength, in terms of actually determining what's going on. So what I'm figuring is get something like 200 fired bullets and like 10 separate exemplar bullets. And then, take one of these guys and say, listen, you're going to have 10 rounds of tests. And in each round, you need to match the bullet to whichever one from this sample of 20. But there's no guarantee that there's only one match or that there's even one match. You need to get this right in the sense of matching every correct answer, which might be multiple or it might be none. And we're not going to tell you which. The guy you encounter in order to do the test isn't going to know.
It needs to be double blind.
Yep.
It needs to be sufficiently distant. There needs to be enough numbers so that the matching question can be determined with a certain. You need to design the experiment so that it's fair but double blind and actually has get 20 Glock 17s.
Yep.
With serial numbers, a counting system, right? And then fire 20 bullets. And then maybe those 20 would be from the same, maybe not, like you said, but have a very specific designed experiment to test this theory that they say that they can do.
Yeah. And, either they can or they can't, but I quite suspect that they're going to do a lot of this testing and just be all over the map and, terrible at it. So basically the proposal is I put up $1,000, and if one of them can do the test, then they get that $1,000. If they fail,
you need to work out that test very clearly.
Yeah, I'm going to work out a protocol and set it up and just be like, here is how this will be done.
I have some. I'll tell you what a nerd I am about this and how much back when I took my master's degree in criminal justice, I was working with a fellow named Professor Michael Reynolds, who is a grant writer. He is one of kind of a legendary grant writer at University of Central Florida. And I have talked about doing such a thing and getting it grant funded by the Department of Justice to test these labs. And so we had a long conversation about how we design this experiment. So he's going to be visiting me in about a month or so. But I would love to, let's
talk. Let's make this a thing where we can go up.
It really needs to be, it's like put up or shut up.
Yeah. And ultimately it'll come down to this. It's like, if you fail as one of these guys, you don't put up any money. Like, there is no financial risk to you. The only risk is that if you try this and fail, I get to tell everybody. And I will just broadcast, hey, you were not able to do the things that you purport to be able to do. And, so it's basically inspired by James Randi is a guy who he tested psychics and so forth. And they'd say
Uri Geller and his spoon bending.
Yeah. But he had a the Randi prize was, I think he got it up to $1 million. Which was basically, if you can test to scientific, standards, when, any of your powers, then he'll pay you $1 million.
Well, that's why we really need to work on the front end to make sure that it's clear.
Yeah. And that nobody can game it or whatever else.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, lots of people tried to get Randy's prize and failed hilariously. And I suspect we'd see similar things on this.
Very good. Well, I love it, and I'm proud of you. And I hadn't had a chance to talk to you since I heard about it, and I wanted to let you know Andrew Branca has doubled your bet. So
awesome. Well, I think it'd be, if we could get a substantial amount here, we can get to either one of two things. Maybe I'll go around lawyers and be like, hey, will you chip in on this fund?
I have some names I might give you. There's a fellow down in South Florida. He's in Melbourne, the county south of me, and Ernie Chang, and he is he's the guy that got me into this whole gunshot thing, and this tool mark matching thing. But it's a problem. I mean, I've been doing. I don't know if you've been seeing, but I've been doing a bunch of forensic interviews with people, and I did one on fingerprints, one on DNA. I had Chris Fabricant from the Incidence Project.
I've been watching some of them, but I'm in the middle of a factum, I've got to do a written submissions for something, and they're going to.
No, I'm with you. I don't expect you. I'm just saying that
I'm going to watch them. That's the thing. I've been seeing those, and I'm like, that's awesome.
I'm interested in this stuff, and I know where. But Fabricant, we talked about this, and he's the director of the strategic litigation for the Innocence Project. And he is a fascinating guy, and he is very much against this tool mark matching. So I don't know what the connection is between the Innocence Project and Canada, but there may be opportunities there using the Innocence Project's resources for something related to false. We need to get this junk science out of the courtroom. That is the objective.
Well, there's been a big step on that. Did you catch the latest, Ricky Winfield?
No.
Oh, you got to read this. It's
What
a
happened?
decision from state of Illinois.
Oh, wait, no, you know what? Yes, I heard you and I wrote it down. Look right there. It's something I got to look it up. It's on my to-do list.
Oh, I can send it to you. It is just amazing.
Mhm.
He goes through like 20 wrongful convictions on the basis of this,
Mm.
but his findings are scathing, just absolutely scathing. I'll just quote here briefly. I just pulled it up. The state's sole live witness, Mr. Todd Weller, on the general acceptability of firearm identification evidence was remarkably not credible in any areas of his testimony. Mr. Weller demonstrated no desire to engage with or to understand the concerns of this field's critics. In his testimony before this court, Mr. Weller mischaracterized the range of false positive findings for the field of firearm examination, even in his sworn testimony before this court. Mr. Weller failed to objectively inform PCAST about the full range of error rate findings relevant to their 2015 review of firearm examinations. Mr. Weller lacked objectivity in virtually every area of his testimony before this court. They just, this is a slaughter.
That's great. Well, we need that. And I need to spread that around my office because it starts at the trial level. And that's why I speak so much about it because, I train our trial division, but it's not enough. We need to get the word out to defense lawyers all over the country that this stuff comes up. They need to be challenging it, and they need to be challenging it at the front end. And so anything we can do like that. I was tell you one more thing. I wanted to touch, Runkle, because I don't see, we're not on enough, and we usually it's like a big group, But one of them is that I'm going to have an expert on false confessions coming in.
Oh, lovely.
And he is great. He's one of the best expert witnesses I've ever dealt with. And he's complete hippie, but he is an amazing guy, brilliant guy. And he trains cops on how not to get false confessions. And he's really an excellent.
I'm kind of surprised that the cops care because a lot of the time, in Canada, we do everything we can basically to pressure the research on how you get a false confession is how we conduct our interrogations.
Right.
And it's just the parallels in terms of what they say not to do and what in fact they do is 1-to-1. It's shocking.
And this is it's the challenge between those who we cops that want to do it right and get the bad guy and get it right, and those who are, I don't know, it's like motive to win. It's like their ego's involved. Get your ego out of it. It's not about you. It's about solving these crime, and it's about getting the bad guy and doing the right thing. But people get all wrapped up. So anyway, I'm really looking forward to this one. I've had, I don't know if you know Dr. Brian Cutler. He's an expert on eyewitness identification. I've had him on a long time ago. I need to have him on again because that was back when nobody watched my channel. And so, but I'm going to bring him back on again because he's one of my favorite experts on about how bad memory is. Eyewitness identification and how memory can change, and you can create memory by uncertainty. Uncertainty creates memories, and then you actually create the memory, and then you're sitting there like, no, I remember it. I can think about it right now. That's why people's memories get better with time, because they're uncertain early on, and then their brain reasons together a memory and weaves it together, and then you actually remember it, but you didn't actually see it. You just reasoned your memory into existence.
If you look at the stuff about lineups, one of the things that they can do fairly reliably is if they feed you a bad lineup, they can change your memory of who committed a crime.
That's right. You're right.
And they've done this in tests where they've actually done things. And one of the studies is that they actually had somebody come up and slap the person. And this is you couldn't do this in the U.S. because of ethics and so forth, but they did it anyway.
Wait, America has ethics?
In academia, there's ethics rules.
Oh my God! Give me a break.
But this person comes up and then they say, okay, we need to identify the person who hit you. Let's do a lineup. And the first lineup doesn't have the person that hit them. And so they go through the lineup and they're like, they're not in here because they pick people who have like nothing in common. And then they have the person sit down and they sit them down and they have them wait for like an hour. And Aaron is excellent.
Yeah.
But they have the person.
Yeah.
I am learning all the booze knowledge I ever needed to know.
Hang
to
out
have
with lawyers, you learn booze knowledge.
Hey, look, my legal degree from the Brooks book of Learning to Law is on its way.
But you give somebody like 10 pictures of people, and none of them are like, they pick intentionally people that nobody would confuse with the guy. Like, they get slapped by a black guy and it's all white people in the thing, or vice versa. And so they go through this and they say, it's none of these people. They sit them down, they wait for an hour, they chat with them, and then they say, we want you to come in and do another identification. And that second identification has 9 pictures that are new pictures and 1 that's the same.
Right.
And very reliably, they'll say that person. And it's
right. That's right. Exactly right. That's exactly right. Because you remember, the people are remembering the earlier image, and they're attaching that image to the face that attacked the accoster, which is it's fascinating.
Feeling of familiarity is enough to get them to start rewriting their memories. To put that
Dr. Cutler, I've got all. You're giving me all these great ideas, because I'm going to get Dr. Cutler back on, because I interviewed him back when, and I need to bring him back on because he is such a brilliant guy. He teaches, he actually teaches out in California now. He teaches graduate school level stuff on something like the influence of the media. I don't know. I got to get back with him because he's heavy duty academic. Brian Cutler. I'm going to get him. I'm going to reach out to him again. We actually wrote an article together. We've written multiple articles together. And he's in my first book.
There's
You're from Runkle. I know the Runkle raids. Good job, Runkle raids.
Thank you so much.
Happy to.
Yeah.
A friend of mine, a U.S. lawyer, has a story that he told me at one point. So his firm, he intentionally hires lawyers who have a spotty background. Like, he doesn't want people who come from, like, they've been academics or whatever. So one of the lawyers at his firm is a big black guy with facial tattoos. And it was quite literally, they brought him in the interview and he's like, so your resume's missing a bunch of stuff. And the guy's like, yeah, I was dealing drugs back then. And it's like, well, we see you don't have a criminal record. And the guy's like, yeah, I never got caught. It's like, welcome aboard. You used to deal drugs. You're now, we're hiring you because it's somebody who's got, a better ability to relate. But
well, just like we were watching this trial today, Nick was watching this one on the NFL player, and these prosecutors are out to lunch when it comes to humanity. Yeah. They have all these things like, I'm going to cross you, and I'm going to, they have all these emotions, and it's like, do you even see what you're doing? Look in the mirror as a human being and look at what you are actually doing in this courtroom. It's disconnected from human reality. We need to bring the courts back to reality and back to humanity.
But
absolutely. I don't understand how this even got to trial. And when they got it to trial, after the first 3 witnesses, the girlfriend with the BBL and 2 of the guys in the car, how can you continue with the prosecution?
It's prosecutors who want a conviction.
Well, I was talking about this on my stream earlier. here's the way I see what's going on here. Is you get a bunch of cops, they show up, they get a gunshots. They find a car on the side of the road. There's a dead guy there. There's another guy that's been shot up. The car's riddled full of holes. They say, yeah, this guy did it back here. So they say, okay, somebody shot this guy. And they go and they find the guy that shot him. They don't want to talk. So they put him in handcuffs and they arrest him for murder because he shot at the guy, right? And then they put him in the back of the car, and then their thing is over. It's like, well, self-defense, we don't know anything about that. Let the prosecutor file it. And then the intake person just says, oh, cops want this guy arrested, so they file it. And then it gets filed. And now the trial division's got it. Now they say, tell you what, take 20 years because it's a minimum mandatory life in prison. Let's take 20. And they say, what do you mean 20 years? This is self-defense. And they're like, well, what are you talking about? Everybody else pleads guilty. And then their egos get involved. And then they don't want to drop anything because now they're committed, and they're the dead gangster is now Mr. Sainted little kid. And so now they're momentum. And now these prosecutors in the trial, it's like, okay, now go win this case because we can't let them beat us.
I have an entire Reddit post about this, the whole thing of because one of the things people say is like, if you're in a self-defense shooting, make sure they die. And I actually disagree with that to a certain extent. I've got a Reddit post where I sort of comment on this one. And one of the factors is it's like in a lot of my self-defense cases, my favorite witness is the prosecution's star witness, the complainant, like the supposed victim. Because like when the guy's dead, he's going to show up in terms of like his high school photos. All of his best friends are going to be there to tell about how much of a great person he is. But when the guy's actually alive, you get the guy who is walking in there with, you know, the neck tattoo and the criminal demeanor, who's going to mouth off when you cross-examine him, is going to come off like a violent psycho jerk. And I'm like, I want that guy. I want that guy there in my trial, not the framed picture of the sad, you know, and the bereaved family who's like, he was such a, you know, a good guy. He was going to go to college one day in the future, like when he stopped dealing drugs. You know,
he was getting his life back together. Him, the
they're
3
always
kids
getting
he
their
had
life back
with
together.
4 women, and yeah.
Listen, that girlfriend he had was totally going to tell her husband that she was dating.
It's like, so I mean, I just say,
the
like,
problem though is that this guy, if he, you know, it's a good defense case is still 50-50.
Yeah.
And you know, and this guy's facing life in prison. It's evil.
Well, that's the scary part. That's the scary part, because we have seen trials that should never have gone to trial with extremely weak evidence. And for instance, in the Zachariah Anderson case, he's in prison for the rest of his life, unless appeal, by just about nothing. It's a fuck all.
Yeah, it's all. The criminal justice system is very broken, and people don't realize how bad off we are. It's unchecked prosecution teams. There's so few exit ramps for.
And in the U.S., the sentencing regimes are so harsh.
Yes.
That it basically promotes this thing of like, if we proceed under this track, you're looking at life in prison.
Right.
Or we can give you this.
This is sarcasm, by the way. I'm quite sure
this is straight up.
That's not sarcastic. That's true.
Like if you're sitting there looking at like
the comment is
yes, the comment, yes.
Yeah.
Did y'all see the woman with the wig go after him today? I mean, she was a woman scorned. As a person with no dangly bits, I can tell you, she has had a bad boyfriend or 12 in her life.
I'll tell you, the prosecutor's office attracts that type of person because they have the big chicken. They want to grind up men and their dingly bits. And what better way than to get up in that position of power and grind them up one after the other?
Look, every town needs their crazy cat lady who throws cats. And I mean, The Simpsons told us.
I'm not sure even her cats like her.
No, her cats hate her.
I mean, like the prosecutor Hammerhead girl. And I don't understand after her direct wasn't even good. And then they came to cross, and it was a murder. And I don't get. I have a few theories about. She wasn't new at the force, but this was her 4th case as a lead investigator. I don't know if it was her first murder case as a lead investigator, but somehow I believe, oh, I got a murder case. Now I can prove to all these people I can do this. By a 17-minute combined interview with the guys in the car. And one of them lied. Provably lied.
These fire boys lied?
Yeah, but think about the amount of effort these lawyers have gone into prepping for this case and the amount of effort that the cops did on the side of the road. They were there for 15, 20 minutes or whatever, right? Throw some dust around, look, oh, there's a guy. I mean, really, they're looking at, there's a dead guy in a car, another guy that's shot, and here's the guy that shot him. Okay, case solved. Next case. That's it. And then, people. Then there's egos and there's momentum and there's this win at all costs. And I'm sure those prosecutors were offering take 20 years.
Okay,
20 years.
Did Florida not watch Binger?
You're going away for life.
I feel tremendously lucky sometimes to be. Canada's got a bit of a different tradition. And that isn't to say that we haven't had some really bad wrongful convictions and some other issues of straight up prosecutorial misconduct. But I remember I had a trial, and it was a trial for a serious offense. But at the end of it, the judge, the Crown prosecutor was saying, hey, he's like, I'm not sure, but let's see what the judge says. And I'm like, really? That's what you're doing? And he's like, the judge is going to acquit. The judge is going to acquit. So whatever. And I'm like, are you really going to bank on that? And he's like, so we go in and the judge comes back. The judge went off to think about it for about half an hour. The judge came back and said, went through his reasons and said, sir, I convict you of the offenses. And the Crown prosecutor stood up and says, Crown enters a stay. And a stay of proceedings is a power that the prosecutors have here. It is not reviewable by the judge. It kills the file. It's just file is done.
Our prosecutors have that power. They just don't execute. They don't use it.
They have the right, not the will.
Right. Yeah, but this prosecutor stood up and said, I'm killing this file because the judge convicted, and I don't think the judge should have. And the judge was like, but I'm convicting. The Crown's like, yeah, that's why I'm staying it. So, I've had a few moments of that.
I mean, really, if they're in that situation, they should have had the guts to not take it to the trial. But it's
taking
hard.
a verdict.
It's a different system. It's a different system, and I don't know. Yeah. I really do like people. For instance, mitigation. I'm doing this death penalty book right now, and a lot of it, people are blowing back, and they're saying, well, if they did it, there's no mitigation. They should just be executed, right? That's what people come at you like. They kill 2 people, that's it. Death penalty, no choices, no mitigation.
There's often mitigation.
But I'm like, but wait a second now. Mitigation is all that stuff, all that good stuff in your life that you did that gets you away from the harshest penalty. That's what mitigation is. So when I look at this kid who's in, he's 27 or whatever, he's done everything right in his life. He's worked great. He's kept his nose out of trouble. He's very well accomplished. He's got a beautiful mom, beautiful family. Everything about his life is maximum effort and goodness. And then here he goes and tries to defend his brother that he thinks is going to get killed. Now, maybe he messed up legally, but he's doing everything right. And that guy is not going to get the benefit of any mitigation for the life that he served against the thugs that confronted him at his doorway in the middle of the night. Instead, if he gets convicted, he will go away for the rest of his life, no questions asked. And so, there's a problem. There's an imbalance in our system here.
Well, and it creates this tremendous negotiating leverage,
right?
Where it's because you see cases in the US where it's agree to 5 years or else we'll hit you with 600.
Right.
And right.
Well,
somebody could come to me right now with that, where I'm sitting there going, like, where I haven't done anything, and I'd be really tempted to take the 5 years.
Right. No, this is something that I talked about on a recent stream about when I was a prosecutor. I prosecuted for 6 years. And I remember I would always talk law and facts with my defense attorneys. I'd say, okay, do we disagree on the law or do we disagree on the facts? And then, of course, some attorneys would be big on mitigation, and I'd always read it. And I'd say, okay, somebody deserves some mitigation, deserves a break. Is it their first offense or is it their 20th, right? But I would talk law and facts. Well, when I got booted over to the defense side, it's like I'm sitting there thinking I never had. I remember when I was in the trial division before I was in appellate division, I never had one conversation with a prosecutor about law and facts. All it was if you file that motion, then I will take the offer off the table. If you do this, then I'm going to threaten you with this. It was all about these power games and all about how much can I threaten your client and bury you with non-cooperation. And I'm like, well, what about the facts and law? They don't even want to hear about it.
I actually think that a lot of that's like, we need to change the culture such that a lot of that stuff needs to be unethical.
It should be. I think it is.
That it should be disbarable.
But I'm a public defender. Who do I complain to? I got 20 other or 120 other clients. So what do I complain
will say
now?
You guys are waking up the normies.
Huh?
You guys are waking up the normies. I'm a mom of 6 who has only Darrell Brooks, learn to law from the internet books. I came to you guys. I started watching trials. I came in thinking the state is always right. The state would never, ever bring and I have fully gone to the Nick Rekieta, the state sucks donkey balls sort of view. But I will say it has definitely changed my way of thinking about things. I think much more critically. So I will say between the Rittenhouse trial, between a lot of the trials that I've watched or listened to in defense of my kids learning Baby Shark, you guys are reaching people. You are, the Zachariah Anderson, I think, has created a lot of more intelligent normie people that are questioning our law, culture than before when we just had,
I hope you're correct. I was, when I came into this whole thing, it was only pretty recently, about the last year. And I always thought that my problems were more local. But, coming now, it's like, sanity. We need some insanity. But it seems to me that
I've had this for over a decade, and this is on the top of what's tolerable and tasty.
I know, but boy, my intestinal tract can't take. I love hot sauce, but I can't do it anymore. But I found
the littlest feral one will be.
Yeah, I know about
exciting.
yours. But yours will cost me about 10 times just to ship it over here.
Yeah, the shipping would be and I got to figure out what Sweden's import rules are.
Those ask Steve, because I probably you got your book in return by now. And because
I've got somebody ordered a book, and it came back looking like that.
Yeah,
it was rejected.
Sweden has a customs rule. If you don't fill in that customs blank document,
I think it's
translates
I'm
into
going
a
to take
label.
My friend is from Germany. Look, I got to use this. Christopher from Germany. You never picked up your book. For some reason, it got returned, and I don't know why, because it's all in German. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this package up to my friend in West Virginia, who's from Berlin, and she will read me and explain to me why the book came back. But it was a $26.95 shipping, and it came back. I will send you a replacement ebooks if you just contact me. I sent an email, Christopher from Germany. Yeah. So
but
anyway,
if you send stuff to Sweden and you don't have the exact correct label from customs, you will get a reminder. Now this has been under my coffee pot, and it said here, a reminder, your package with this ID has come to Sweden. Before it can be delivered, it needs a customs declaration and taxes paid by me. to pay $10. I got this. This was you have to pay it before April 27th. I received this May 6th.
I am just
welcome to Sweden. Our postal is
bureaucracy wins again.
Bureaucracy wins the battle.
Well, the flip side of that is to order a can of Surströmming from Sweden is $70 for an Oscar's Surströmming.
Yeah, and it's about $9 here.
Well, I sent you my books by email, right there, Nick?
Yeah, I got the PDF.
Okay, I just sent them again, just in case.
Okay, yeah, I already have. I'm doing
to celebrate Sweden Day.
Yeah, I'm doing my way of reading with skim, read. So I skimmed through it and now I'm reading it.
Well, see, you don't have to worry about death penalty over there. They don't have death penalty in Sweden, and I know that a lot of the Europeans look at us like we're weird.
I don't agree with the death penalty, and just to an extent that if I somehow became a U.S. citizen and they were like, "Hey, what's your thoughts on the death penalty?" I'm like, "Well, I know that the jury doesn't get to choose, and so if this is a case where the death penalty is possibly an issue, I will acquit." And they're like, "Regardless of facts, yes. Like, I will not be involved in this."
If you don't trust the state 100%, you can't allow them to kill people. That's it.
Yeah.
And I will never trust government 100%. Not even 50-50.
Well, if you have to use feelings, then I don't trust you.
Well, and that's part. The death penalty book talks about mostly it's an emotional appeal. It's an appeal to vengeance. That's one of the primary appeals. And it's a problem. We're dealing with that in the United States. And I know that, I've had to answer that question so much because I work in this area and I'm against it. And people say, how can you defend X, Y, and Z killer and this person? And so I had to write that book in order to answer these questions because it's like, what am I going to do? But
it's a very knee-jerk, very human emotion to, you did X.
Right.
Why are you allowed to continue to live? It's a very, almost intoxicating feeling like, hey, this person has said they did this. They're, 100% involved in this. Why should you show mercy? And you have to peel that all back and go back to, if you're a Christian or like I am just aiming for purgatory, you have to go back and say, look, I am 12 shades of terrible sometimes, but God still forgives me. What's the difference between me and then God giving that to someone else? Yeah. Now, I will say that I can be this intellectual about it when it's not my family. Now, you hurt me or one of mine, Steve Gosney, I may go full death penalty.
Well, also in that I've addressed all of these arguments in the book, and one of the things is that there is still a right of self-defense, and that's different. Like if somebody's attacking your family, I tell them, like, if they're coming through my door, they're not going to make it too many steps in my door before they're riddled with bullets. But that's an immediate threat. That's not the question of the death penalty. The death penalty is whether once the person has committed these horrific acts and is now caged up and in a place under the control of the government, what is the maximum that we should be able to do with that person as a government? And that's the question. And so self-defense is a complete different topic.
Yeah. It's the act of extending mercy to someone who doesn't deserve it.
Right. Well, but that's what Christianity is. What was it? I think Jesus was even saying that, the heathens and the pagans, they are granting they're friendly to their friends. It's turning the other cheek to your enemies that distinguishes Christians from the pagans, right? I mean,
listen, I'm always more on the smiting and throwing up tables end of things as we go.
Yeah.
But
if you look at it from a jury perspective, let's go the Christian path. But if you acquit as a juror, you always know if he or she was actually guilty. That person will get their punishment in the afterlife. But if you convict due to feelings or inadequate evidence because you had a gut feeling, then you might have that punishment in the afterlife.
And I mean, I'm not a sort of a believer in the afterlife, but still, practically speaking, people confront me with like the self-defense thing. And the thing is like, let's say somebody's coming in my house, they got a fire axe. I grab a 12 gauge and I take a shot at them and, catch them in the gut. They drop down. My responsibility at that point is to stop shooting them, when they're sitting there laying there, because now they're no longer a threat. But the state only kills people, like the death penalty is only killing people after they're no longer a threat. Right. It's, I think that's kind of messed up. Like, it's a very different scenario for the ordinary person faced with guy at the peak of dangerousness versus at the point where you're
our leader can't even face off with a sandbag, so I'm not trusting the state with anything.
Oh, I mean, our leader's favorite weapon of choice is some boot polish, but that's its own.
He is international man of mystery and possibly Fidel Castro's son.
That's one conspiracy I might be able to get on board with. There's a few that appeal to me, and that's one of them. I'd like a genetic test.
I just go at the end of the day.
We don't need a genetic test. We have pictures.
Yeah, we have pictures. I love it. That's
and
great.
His wife was free love.
I'm just like, he's crap either way. It doesn't matter who his dad is.
That is
He's
true.
terrible unless you want to do, a shoe polish commercial, but
Well, my question for the Canadian on the panel is, do you regret maintaining the union with the French province of Quebec after this disaster of a prime minister?
Oh, I mean, the thing is that the problem is that Quebec wants to leave on Quebec's terms, and Quebec's terms are insane. They're like, we want to go, but also we want the Canadian military to protect us. We want to use the Canadian dollar. We think that our share of the Canadian national debt is zero. We want to still use the Canadian passport. And it's like,
so they're on the Scotland plan,
yeah.
It's like, no. But, I mean, there is the distinct possibility that the Conservative Party wins a minority in the next election and has to form form a coalition or an agreement with some other party. And it's starting to look like it would actually make sense for the Conservatives in terms of the long-term plan to form that coalition with the Bloc Québécois. And the Bloc Québécois is a party whose basically their entire purpose is they want to have Quebec leave Canada. At which point the Conservatives could be like, listen, you guys leave, and now we've just changed the voter pool dramatically.
Well, see, I really think
as an American, we take Quebec.
We should, I think we should focus on something like.
You do not want Quebec.
Like a city.
We don't take them.
No.
Hey, Steve, you bought Alaska. You can buy Quebec.
No, I want everything but Quebec. You kidding?
Actually, we could trade.
We take Quebec Alberta.
We'll take Alaska.
No. I'll tell you what. We'll trade. We'll trade. Quebec can take New York City and San Francisco, and they'll be like city states. And then we get
vassal state California.
Yes.
I mean, the real problem Canada has right now is that there's this huge urban-rural divide, and it keeps getting fostered by politicians for their own benefit.
But that's true in the U.S. too.
But I mean,
can we just have a state electoral college and can we please?
Well, federalism is the way out of this mess, but it's not going to happen from the top down. And another thing is that, I mean, I really think we ought to look at something like a city-state concept, where the city-states can run themselves into hell, and then as long as they don't have any national vote, because they're driving
Snake Plissket for mayor.
Well, right now we have so Alberta just had a provincial election, and it is the most surreal experience right now because the party that won is sort of a conservative party, and to be frank, they have a lot of stupid ideas. A lot of the stuff that they do is dumb. But
have you met our Republican Party?
Yeah, well, see, we're a proud member of the stupid party. You know, I'm not a member of the evil party. I'm a member of the stupid party, and I'm a proud member of this. That's what Will
We
Rogers
snatched victory from the jaws of defeat we
And
snatched
that's how a
defeat from the jaws
senile
of
hair
victory every
sniffer
time.
managed to defeat Orange Guy.
But the thing is right now, all over my Facebook and Twitter and so forth, you've got people who are saying, I don't understand how those inbred cousin effing hicks in rural Alberta didn't vote for the right party. And it's like, well, it's because you talk about them like that. Like the way you describe these people is why they don't want to have anything to do with you. Maybe you should make some inroads with these people by actually talking to them and considering them like they're human beings with actual interests.
It's so bizarre.
And admit that you yourself is screwing your cousin. I don't know.
As a part of flyover country that may or may not be a product of sibling marriage, we approve.
It's
when your family tree does not fork. But
yeah, but the thing we love the most is being told how to run our city by people from New York who have people pooping on the streets.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? It's like New York, Washington, LA. You know, those cities. I can't stand going there. I mean, there's some nice people there. I have some friends in New York actually, but it's like when I vacation, I want to go into the countryside. I want to go to the rural people. Those are the people that like know what's about. That's like they are in touch with. In fact, my friend who are going to go visit West Virginia doesn't have any education really to speak of, but he's one of the most well-read people I know because he sits in his cabin in the woods and reads and discusses and thinks, and he's a very thoughtful man. And you know, it's like these snobs that sit in their ivory towers in these big cities and think they know something. It's like they're smoking crack.
Well, the number of times
some of us watched, you know, what is it? Oh gosh, Independence Day, and when, you know, Washington D.C. got blown up, we kind of cheered.
Right. Yes.
Well, the number of people I've seen who are like, I am on the left. I represent the workers and the farmers. And they say that this is like, you know, they're sort of coming at this
from
downtown
like city blocks. Yeah, sure.
Well, like the NDP got their start as a workers and farmers party, and they're sort of our left-wing party here. So they're like, hey, that's who we represent. But they couldn't actually sit down and have a dinner with an actual farmer. And they love to say things
we've
like,
lost the ideological Marxists on the left now have completely lost even that connection. They don't even pretend to represent the poor, the downtrodden, or the people, or the worker. You know, it's complete elitist division. Huh?
In Canada, they still pretend, but they're awful at it. They're like,
really aren't. They really don't represent those people. They're really representing their snobatorium elite, and they're playing Marxist games, and it's going to destroy the country.
Yeah, we call them red wine socialists because they can only survive in a liberal capitalist democracy.
It's a
parasitic. They can't survive in an actual socialist country.
Liberal, right? Yeah, it's a parasitic function. They can exist because we live.
This is why I only get elected and never hired by the union. Just say I only get elected because workers have confidence in me, so I get elected to positions. I will never get hired by a union because I don't have a party book. I'm against socialism.
But I've watched like these, you know, sort of scrubby academics actually stand in a room and tell a farmer, "You have no need for guns," and the farmer's like, "Are you high?" But they're so confident in this, and they think that they know better. And like, I'm sorry, there is no day in, you know, your liberal arts degree that actually tells you what it's like to spend a month as a farmer.
Yeah. This is the proper pronunciation. I am a union rep. I have a law degree. I don't work as a lawyer. Okay? Just to put it out there, because I do know a few people call me a labor lawyer. I am a union rep. I do labor law. I have a law degree.
Yeah.
Okay.
I gotta go, Nick. I'm sorry. I'm gonna tap out here, but great to see you, Mo, Runkle, Nicholas.
We got to network and chat about the getting a protocol together for the challenge there.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And tell me what your thoughts are on the death penalty book, and we'll be in touch. Anytime, man. Ian, you're somebody I haven't really bonded with. I'd say I'm always on these big group things, and I'm much better one-on-one.
We've got to get something set up and just have a good one-on-one chat, because I think there's so much to talk about.
All right. Well, God bless you. God bless you. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Good to have you here, Steve. And since we have a lot more than I normally have, I'm going to grift a bit. If you become a member, you get access to member-only videos. Now, a bunch of you have already seen this, but I'm actually going to show this again. This is what you can expect as a member to this channel. Now, on my channel, I do trial watch. Sometimes I do trial watch in reverse. I start with the conviction just to see, okay, what happened? Then I move backwards just to challenge myself and my audience and my guests with, let's see how we react to this situation. And I have guests, but on the member section, you get more of my personal life. And if you don't know, I have a farm. Most of the land is rented out to neighboring farms. I've been living here for 6 years, and the last 4 years has been renovations. So I decided to shoot a little video about the progress. So please just become a member and you get more of this. Members only. Thought I would show you some progress. This is what we have done to the new electricity system. We are building it into what will be the new wall, and we have split it up. So this is the main circuit. No worries. This is a separate circuit for upstairs. I'm still new at this. I started I've had this account for a number of years, but I actually started right around New Year's. So I didn't know about all the ends and meats of everything. So as I said in the start, I'm a union rep. I do labor law, but I do have a law degree. So so we can get that in print. But I'm not offended because I primarily work as a union rep. That's my primary. I specialize in negotiations and individual workers' rights. But I don't function as a lawyer within the union. So, yeah. But this is more interesting. And here it will be a separate circuit for downstairs. This is just in preparation for maybe renting it out eventually. Apart from that, we have got some preparations for the new wall and what will be the new staircase. Everything in that staircase will not be removed, of course. Pushing out babies. It's labor law as in labor. Not in the greatest condition. And it's steep. Just to show how steep it is. It's 1 hand wide.
That's going to be miserable.
Yeah. It's called the suicide stairs. You might remember on the back door.
Yes, but I've told him if he doesn't keep the red shag, I protest.
We are starting to get everything ready. We have filled in parts of it. Not everything yet. Need some more
And those are called sobriety stairs.
upcoming. Well, it needs.
Oh, have you seen some of the stairs that they put in like modern constructions that are just like
And
this is
I
designed to
showed
murder
I
you?
showed you a picture of
My
the
house
rhubarb.
is state of the art,
And
1974.
let's try to
Apparently,
find
they didn't have vertigo,
a good
despite
one
all the
here.
LSD they did.
This is
Look
not phallic
at
at
that.
all. It does not remind you of
Perfectly.
no.
Red, no
It is not phallic at all.
parent. Yeah.
And
So
that's
this
how
will be
rhubarb is supposed to look like.
No, rhubarb is good.
picked, chopped, and
And those are
freezed
sweet
in
rhubarbs.
preparations
So not
for
that
for what's coming.
what you need to add
And-
sugar.
oh.
You just boil it down.
There's my
It's
garden
sweet in
hose.
itself.
I've been looking for that. Hey, I got a garden hose. Hey ho. What else has happened here? Well, you might remember this is the line where we dug up the geothermal system, or dug for the system.
Yeah.
And out here
Getting
is the
geothermal was the
field.
best choice.
This is what will be rye. It's about
45 American acres.
No, half of it is rye, half of it is grass for feeding the horses. Hey, down there, neighboring farm.
That's as close as I want my
So
name.
rye and grass this year, or this season, and maybe we'll prepare for next year's sugar beets as well. Apple trees going on fine.
Those are very crooked because a tree fell on them after a storm
Another
in
apple tree.
2018.
Now,
But they survived.
let's see here. This huge tree, huge.
There you see the old
Depends on
diesel
what you
tank for the
compare with.
heating, which was
This is
not
another apple
cheap
tree.
during the
We trim
pandemic.
it down every now and then.
Hence the geothermal
This
system.
tree is just about 100 years old, we think. And it's a local brand of apples called Fjälljäpplen. Now, this is not widely known, because it's a great looking tree. It has a lot of wildlife. Well, it had a lot of wildlife. Why doesn't it have more wildlife jingles?
Yeah, why don't I hear birds in the morning
but
anymore?
Mainly, it's not widely spread, this apple, because even though the tree looks good, the flowers looks great, the apples taste like shit. And but they look good. And some horses like these apples, so we give them away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoever the person
That's
who
got
cultivated
about
it went for looks
A little
alone.
bit of what has
He forgot
happened
about the
since last
taste.
time I gave you a tour about.
Let's see.
Everything is growing up. Yeah, as you might see, this lawn has a bit of moss.
Thank
but
you. Thank
4
you, MLC,
years
for
ago,
becoming a member.
all of this was moss alone. Now I've been raking and planting new grass
Seeding.
for every spring for 4 years. So it's starting to get better. Yes, I could have just dug it all up and bought ready grass, but I'm going to be here for a while, so I want to see the progress myself. Yeah. And maybe
And here I forget my
a couple
English
of
word.
years from now, this area, I will have some kind of wooden flooring. What's it called?
A deck.
Well, just someplace
me in the past. It's
outdoors,
deck.
just to have
a deck or a gazebo,
hammock,
maybe
a grill.
Yeah,
but that's a few years into the future.
I've got to build a new house where we are.
Now I'm done, I think.
I want to build a new garage and so forth.
And yeah,
since I have virtually no neighbors, it's clothing optional.
Oh. Oh yeah. See you all around. Have a nice day. Thanks for being a member.
Yeah, that and stuff like that is in the member page. My morning thoughts or sunrise thoughts I have if it is I've covered a recent trial or stuff like that. Yeah. Now
I see Crime Spies in the chat is saying I could talk lefse all day. Do the Swedes do lefse?
Again, please.
Do you guys do lefse? The sort of I think they're like flat pancake bread things. It's popular in Norway.
Oh, flat hard bread, you mean?
No, it's kind of soft.
Well, we do have wheat soft that we do wraps with reindeer meat and stuff like that. Yeah.
They in Norway, it's super common to have like a sausage with lefse.
Oh yeah. We do have that with just soft bread filled with mashed potatoes and 2 sausages and some ketchup and mustards and stuff like that, and it's amazing to eat. You get full. Now, we know that you eat a lot of strange things. So this, I would like to present to you the Swedish national cake, which is really easy because we are a practical people, Swedes. So this is a mazarin. It's shortbread with some icing and some what's it called? What did I?
You said marzipan or filling?
Yeah, marzipan filling. So that's ready-made, and then you add strawberry jam.
And I had to pick this week to start the Jordan Peterson only meat, only people, like only things that you can hunt diet. Seriously.
Yeah. So this is
don't do Jordan Peterson's diet because Jordan Peterson put himself in the hospital with that diet.
You might as well do that Liver King stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
now, I'm not,
I am retaining a lot of Mike and Ike's, so I am trying to defluffy and not be a fat person from Walmart. You will see.
And this is amazing,
Julia,
Yep.
I am not eating people.
So we don't only have surströmming, pickled herring, and other interesting flavored, smelly things.
It's
like
very
I said,
possible.
I like my women like I like my cheese, aged and smelly. I like my cheese like my women with holes.
Nicholas, I need video footage of you telling this to your significant other because I want to see her face and I need this in my life.
I have a survival instinct and she's a nurse. She knows ways to kill me without getting caught.
So what you're saying is the Hallmark card is not coming in the mail. I like you like I like my cheese, aged and smelly and weird for most people.
Well, no, I love her to bits. She caught me, or was it 8 years ago when I was at my old house when I was chopping wood, and apparently, men chopping wood she was looking for that kind of person, and I just happened to be doing
There's a lot of that going around.
Yeah.
I caught Mr. Moe when he was unaware, and then the chloroform worked, and no one wants custody of all 6 children, so we stay together.
Yeah. Okay, then. Well,
my wife and I went on a date that she didn't realize was a date until afterwards. So.
Oh, that was okay.
I love how
Yeah,
all
oh,
of
yeah, I remember
our
it.
cute meet or our meet
Everything went
cutes are
wrong.
hostage situations that they didn't realize.
I remember you talking about that in one of your streams, that everything that could possibly go wrong goes wrong when you try to date your wife.
Yeah, and yet it works out great.
Yeah, you went to
It's
a
not
restaurant that
Stockholm
didn't
syndrome,
exist.
it's love.
And, yeah. David apparently has been done with his David at MLS Law has been done with his Ask Me Anything. So I'm going to look at that later just to see what questions he actually got, because I know about David has his own Discord with people who runs the Discord for him, and those are rowdy. I think one of the names they gave themselves are Cookies and Nudes, and yeah.
Well, we do clearly outline which, categories are morbidly explicit and sexually explicit. So we do warn you.
Oh, here he is. Hello, David.
Hello.
How did it go with your Ask Me Anything?
It went good. Now I'm afraid to show myself in public now with all the questions that they asked. No.
So you're saying you sent feet pics?
Oh, definitely. There were feet pics exchanged. There were a lot of body parts that were shown. No, it went well. I have a very wonderful chat.
Ian, have you met David?
Yes, briefly.
Briefly on, I don't know if it was someone's stream, but yes, we met. Hello.
I'm trying to remember whose stream it was.
I don't know if it was Danny's.
It might have been Danny's or one of mine,
Danny's,
maybe.
Yeah.
Might have been.
By the way,
actually, we were talking about you earlier.
Danny, so we can have the elf shot with 3 elves in a line, but she hasn't responded yet.
She's doing a stream right now because Flux had jumped into my chat and said that I was gifted a membership over on her stream, and I was like, I didn't even know she was going live. So now I'm a member and I have a wrench on her channel, so I'm excited.
Yeah, most people have a wrench on my channel, I think.
Yeah, you gave me a wrench. That is a terrible idea. You've broken one of the 7 seals of the apocalypse. You realize that, right?
Well, I mean, we have fun as long as Davis is our chaperone.
I can barely internet.
So what's up for discussion right now? I haven't been listening much.
Well, we had a great discussion about Ian's challenge.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember. David argues that tool mark isn't necessarily junk science.
And
so
you're wrong.
Here's if it's used properly.
Go on.
So my position is that if you do proper comparisons like a scientific study would, blind comparisons, you use a large sample size, you're not just matching one bullet fired from one gun, and when you're presenting it, you're using it to exclude certain firearms rather than definitively identify a firearm. And if you do all of that, then I say it's scientifically reliable.
So it could be scientifically reliable in circumstances that have never appeared in a courtroom ever.
Well, I say they apply it absolutely wrong. But if you were to okay, so we want to know if this bullet was fired from this gun, right? We have a bullet and we have a gun, and you were to do blind tests of, double blind, like the one who's actually examining it doesn't know which bullet came from which gun, and you use multiple
there's a
guns.
bunch of false entries that can
exactly. And when you present it in court, you're presenting it in a way where you're not saying definitively this bullet was fired from this gun, but you're saying definitively this bullet was not fired from these guns.
Yeah, I think that you can get a much more reliable result of an exclusionary result than an inclusionary result, because you can get things like, hey, the twist rate on this is wrong. And so for the people who don't know what that means, barrels are rifled, so they've got little grooves inside that are designed to put spin on the bullet for the same reason that like a football throw, you want to put spin on it to keep it stable. That has what they call a twist rate, which is how many times it, basically how steep that rifling is, like how fast it rotates within, or those grooves are. So, you can get situations where it's like, yeah, this is fired from obviously the wrong, it's not this barrel, right? It's got the wrong twist rate. And it's like, it's actually that it's more than I can compare that to. But I mean, and you can get things like, this is clearly not a match. But when they get into saying that this is definitively a match,
sports comparison,
that's when I think it's real, really problematic.
Right. And what I was saying by it's not junk science is that it can be utilized in an appropriate way. But it's not. I agree that it's not. The way they present it in court, it absolutely is not credible.
There are ways that they could do it with proper scientific testing and verification. They don't do it because when they do actually put those proper verifications to their analysts shit the bed. So their analysts fail in the properly set up tests. And so that's why they don't do it, because as it turns out, their analysts can't do it when you put them to scientific testing. It's the same way that, you've got like dowsers and psychics and so forth who might look really good. Yeah, sommeliers. They're like, oh yeah, this is, whatever. But they can't actually even tell red wine from white wine with food coloring in it, which is like straight up a thing.
Or a blend that has a little added sugar. Yeah, they don't know.
Yeah, or they also really badly, sommeliers, like professionals, if you swap the bottles, will give you wildly different descriptions, where you take the cheap stuff out and you pour it into a bucket, and you pour the expensive stuff into the cheap thing, and then you pour the cheap stuff into the expensive. And they're like, oh, this is really quite nice. And you're like, that's $4 plonks, sir.
Yeah, I haven't.
You all know that good wine comes in paper boxes.
Hells yeah! You cut it with Diet Sprite, and you have cheap. Well, you have cheap Mo for a
champagne, sparkling white wine. Yeah, and I honestly, I'm not a firearms expert, and I don't do a lot of any of that sort of stuff. But just looking at it from a scientific standpoint, if I were to develop a system to test that, that's what I would do, to make it most scientifically reliable. And whether or not it could actually be done, I guess I don't know. But
I put up on Twitter a thing, and I'm planning on sort of taking this and confronting a bunch of like experts with this. But I'm like, I've got $1,000 for any firearm tool mark expert who can actually perform this in a properly tested condition. And if they go and, if they try it and succeed, they get the money. And if they try it and fail, they lose nothing other than I get to tell everybody. And
is anyone taking you up?
Not yet, but I'm gonna work out, like, write up a proper full set of protocols, and then I'm going to basically start looking at court cases where these guys have testified, identify who these experts are, because there's not a huge number of them, and just start publicly challenging them and saying, like, okay, we'll just keep throwing money into this pool until it gets to a point where it's ridiculous that they're not willing to do it if they have skills. Like, if we can get, if we can get like 100 lawyers to put $500 each into a pot and say, hey, and it's like, you're not going to do this like an afternoon's worth of work for $50,000. You're not going to step up and do that. Then at that point, we actually go and, we can actually have the lawyers, when they're challenging this, like defense counsel, can say, isn't it true that you were offered the opportunity to demonstrate your skills for $50,000? and you refuse to do so. How about that? Why is that? Why wouldn't you do that? And that, I think, would be a really fantastic place to be, because we can start actually challenging this. And, maybe we blow up a junk science and we can move on to the next junk science. Like, we've already eliminated bite marks. We've eliminated hair and fiber, but there's a ton of these, forensic sciences that are just complete horseshit.
Yeah.
No, I like that
because
idea.
it's not as much science as it is interpretations of what's shown to you. It's like tarot reading. It has virtually nothing to do with the cards. It's how the tarot lady, man, whatever, is interpreting what's in front of her or him.
Well,
and that is why they get the, oh, how did he know that? Because he asked you.
You tell this expert, the police really think, and their entire case hinges on this thing looking like this thing. Do these two things look the same?
Did you watch the?
Yeah, they're gonna say yeah.
Did you watch the bullet analysis on the Murdaugh case?
I didn't watch the full analysis, but I mean,
because I thought that was
you've seen one of them, you see all of them.
No, I thought it was different. I thought they approached it more in line of what I thought they should do, and that is excluding firearms. There was a lot of, can you exclude this firearm from your test? Yes, we can exclude this firearm from your test. And the most important thing for me, I wasn't streaming it at the time, I was just watching trials at that time, was that they had no firearm that they could testify to that matched any of the bullets, other than it was similar in caliber. But I thought that was the more appropriate way to present that evidence. So that's what I was wondering if you've watched it at all.
Yeah, and that I have less issue with in most cases, where they can say we exclude this, because there's circumstances where you can much more definitively exclude than include in some cases. The problem is that there's so many false convictions and false, where these guys end up testifying to something and it later turns out not to be true. There was one police department that actually they tested one of their guys by basically giving him like BS, like, hey, did these two things match? And the guy's like, and they ended up having to fire a guy because they determined that he would just say that things matched so long as he thought they were a case.
That was the right answer.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, I mean, there was just a case. I was talking about this with Gosney. It's and the judge just savaged, like the bullet matching. He just savaged it, and I'm like, great, let's keep going. Especially because the judge said, well, this is not an indictment of bullet matching generally. It just applies to this case. And I'm like, no, like, it's an indictment of bullet matching generally. Have the stones to stand up and say, I think this science is just complete crap from the outset.
And now to some lighter subjects. I'm going to show you my cousin's husband. He is retired now. He does chainsaw carvings.
Trolls.
Swedish
But
trolls.
does
I
he have all
Swedish
his
troll on the shelf
fingers?
behind me.
He has all. This is him working on a horse. Please don't take that out of context.
Nope,
I'm already
clipping that
clipping it
will
and
be-
changing
it
the
will be
video.
infamous.
So this is what he do on his spare time. He does trolls, birdhouses in the shape of trolls, and everything is done by chainsaw.
That is
everything.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
I do admire people that have that kind of skill. I am more of an addition.
Well, he made this guitar out of an old birch kitchen table.
With
And
a
they called-
chainsaw?
No, not this with a chainsaw.
I was going to say, that's impressive.
Yeah, but according to my dad, who was a studio musician in the 50s and 60s, this plays wonderful. So if you have time to spare, go to Janne Richards Fable and Fantasy Carving and just like his page on Facebook and continue to look at his stuff. Because he's really good at this.
I feel like getting one of his things shipped to Canada would be expensive.
Yeah.
Kind of heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those trolls are about 200 pounds. So, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the
But
shipping
if you
on that would
watch
be,
this and are incredibly wealthy and like trolls, and for some reason doesn't super chat, you can always buy one of Janne's trolls. So,
Oh,
yeah.
Nicholas, I'm not incredibly wealthy. I do want a troll, but you know, I live in rural Indiana. I'll see one at Walmart.
There are trolls everywhere in Sweden, so you just have to go there and then you can pick. But I like
I
those
believe
little
we
ones.
have the world's largest troll carving.
Oh, there's a troll right there. There's a troll, Swedish troll. We have trolls in every room of the house, including this one.
Oh.
Right here up on the shelf, next to my MLS mug.
And for you who doesn't know, Drunk Me likes to give Sober Me presents. And this time, about 10 weeks ago, Drunk Me ordered something from Wish. And it turned out to be a full yellow
It's beautiful.
It is 100% Chinese-made polyester.
It's I'm very jealous because I've always wanted a yellow suit. Not for the same reasons as Nicholas, but he's got one first.
3 weird-looking jackets now for my personal streams when I'm not doing trials and evidence evaluation and tricking Steve Gosney into watching DNA evidence and stuff like that. So let's do a round of grift. Now, I suppose Ian, most of your people is here, but in case you haven't heard of Ian Runkle, he has, what are you at now? 200, 300?
219,000.
Yeah.
Right now, YouTube is doing a thing where they're sort of purging a lot of subscribers from a lot of channels, so it's kind of treading water at this point. But we'll see where that goes. I've also got the Runkle or the Roll of Law channel. So there's Runkle of the Bailey and Roll of Law, and yeah, those are my channels. And I actually need to slip out because I've got written submissions that I've got to write, so that's gonna suck. But I've got I got a whole bunch of pages I got to write in the next couple of weeks, and my brain is not being super cooperative on that, so I'm gonna have to go try to hammer away at that. But lovely to see you guys all, and we'll have to do this again sometime soon.
Yeah,
take care.
June 24th is Sweden's midsummer, and I will do another of these streams, and I hope Ian is available at that point.
We shall see. All right.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
See you.
See you. Bye. Okay, David. Grift.
Oh, yes. MLS Law Show. I do trials and such. Political commentary. Go through the law. I don't know even what I do anymore. No, I talk about law stuff. I'm an attorney.
$20
practicing in Michigan.
and I will wear the tie around my head.
So I'm a licensed practicing attorney in Michigan, and I have my channel, and I've been streaming some trials and doing some other stuff. But yeah, that's about it. I don't know what else to say, although that I'm awesome and it's the best show out there, and you guys really need to check it out. MLS, right there, MLS.
Yeah. Me and David are doing the Jodi Arias trial.
Oh,
Tuesdays and Saturdays, 6 p.m. my time, which is noon Eastern time.
Yep, every Tuesday and Saturday, regardless of what's going on, we have Jodi Arias on our channels. We are nice and reliable, like network television used to be. So yeah, check it out. We have one coming up tomorrow, which I believe I'm hosting, but I haven't set up yet. at noon, and then Saturday again. And so Tuesdays are usually our shorter days, and Saturdays are usually our longer days. But we are starting day 3 tomorrow at noon, day 3 of the Jody Arias trial. So that's a lot of fun. You also did get gifted memberships. I don't know if you saw that.
Yes, I was gonna. I put it in the private chat, but
Wendy H is awesome, and she gifted up like 10 memberships a while ago. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, so Wendy H gifted 10 memberships to you, Nicholas. So Murphy's Turf, Jack Kennedy, Jody, Tay, Logan, Aaron, Mike L, John, Jerry 3, Anguth, Goosebump 801, Xena B, and Xena B. All got gifted memberships. So thank you, Wendy. While Nicholas is putting his tie on his head, I will do his job for you.
Yeah, and I saw Wendy H gifted 10 memberships a while ago to Murph's Turf, Jackie Kennedy, Jody, Tay Logan, Erin, Mike, John, Angela.
He's not drunk. He's
Goosebump.
just
He was not listening to me. Yeah, I just went through the names that Wendy gifted.
Okay.
He didn't know he was putting his tie on his head.
I didn't have my
Oh,
earphones on.
no, that's literally what I was doing when you were doing that. I was going through the gifted memberships that Wendy gave you.
Okay, then I'll take a shot. I'll take.
Yes, you definitely need another shot. That's what you
he's gonna be
need.
knocking those bottles down. That was awesome.
Aquavit, because it gets me a terrible hangover, which is amazing considering in, what is it, 12 hours we are going to do a stream.
Yes. I'm going to bed in a few too, because I have work in the morning before our stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop out in a minute because 6 children don't care about hangovers. They really don't.
How old are you? Because I don't even know if I know. Well, I know I
Okay,
don't
so my oldest is 16 and my youngest is 7. So I had 10 years where I needed a new hobby.
I see. Okay.
And you chose kids. Yeah.
No, I chose the activities that come when Mo is drunk. Mo has a very section pattern of drunkenness. Mo thinks she can dance. Mo has creates another child, and Mo goes to sleep. Those are the
So Griff,
of
talk
Mo's
about your
life.
show before you go.
All right. So I am Mo in the deep end. I am a mom of 6. I basically started watching trials as a defense to Baby Shark. And then I started just being myself in David's chat, which is really, really funny because he invited me on. And you know what? I just had a lot of fun, and I have Church Lady on my stream, and she is a lot of fun. Yeah, I don't know if I have more kids than Rackets. Look, I am a whole lot drunk. I am not lawyer level of
Are you drunk right now?
drinking. Oh, Mo is completely drunk.
Okay,
right
I was
now.
going to say, you were slurring your words a bit. I noticed you talking a little slower, but I didn't want to say anything. That's amazing.
Look,
Good to
I
know.
am pretending to be sober right now, which
It's not
is
working for you.
not
It's like,
working for me.
with some of my clients on those dash cam videos.
Hey, your honor, your officerness, I never could say the alphabet backwards. So really, it is what it
Oh,
is.
see, Nick only has 5. You have 6, so you outnumber him.
I'm
I
one
win.
in. I have 5 siblings, so yeah, and it's 21
Yeah.
years apart from the oldest to the youngest. So
Listen, I
No.
gave up carbs and I took up drinking, and I should have done it in the reverse order.
I
I was gonna say
heard my grandmother on my father's side, lovely lady, maybe not the most clever lady, read about people smoking. When they quit smoking, they gained weight. Now, she had, in her 50s, she had more or less became spheric of sort. So she thought, well, if people gain weight when they quit. So at age 50, she started to smoke, which then she still had that spherical size, but with bad condition and bad breath. So yeah, didn't work out fine. She was 5 feet -1 and about that size around as well.
I am under tall for my BMI. That's just all
I
there
should
is to
be
it.
7 feet 1.
Nicholas and I cannot be on any more Swedish days. Just never.
And David just left.
I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah.
David's like, damn it, I have to adult you people
Was
even
there
at night.
was there a question?
No, there wasn't.
No,
There's
what
never
I have
statement
no
of
idea,
fact
Wendy,
that,
what I dropped you guys into. I saw Runkle and I thought, okay, cool. And then Runkle left, and now we have this.
I know. I was trying to be all smart for Steve Gosney and Runkle because they'd never met me before.
This is a great way to find you. Okay, so let me tell you a story about how I got my first internship when I was in law school, and then I think I'm gonna bug out for the night. But
yeah, I
so
should probably go because I'm a whole lot intoxicated.
I went to a Rotary Club meeting, and if you guys don't know what Rotary is, it's an organization in the States that does a lot of charity and fundraising for other countries and built schools and things like that. And so I went to a Rotary thing, but it was dueling pianos and they were selling a lot of drinks, and I was plastered. And then I saw a judge that one of my parents' friends happened to know and said, hey, go ask her for, see if she'll take you in as an intern. And it was Halloween too. So I was like done up, but my makeup was like all smeared because I couldn't see straight. Yeah, because I was like a zombie or something, or I was like dead. It was Halloween. It was the and so
at least you were a zombie and not Kiss.
I stumbled up to her, and I don't even know if I was looking at her, but I asked her if she was, had any internships available for the next semester, and she did, and I got my first internship that way. So being inebriated isn't always necessarily a bad thing, but that's how I got my first internship with the judge. So that's my story. And let's see, the most Michigan story ever starts with, I was at a Rotary Club meeting. Yes, yeah, I know. Yeah, a lot of Rotary Club stuff in Michigan. But I'm gonna leave you guys to your stream.
I've got
just leave you with
to go because I have got 2 of my kids have orthodontics appointments in the morning, and morning still comes with 6 kids.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you enjoy your evening, Nicholas, with your tie on your head. And
Nicholas, Godspeed.
Well, morning. Yeah, it's 6 a.m. there. Enjoy your morning, and then I'll see you in 12 hours for Jodi Arias. We'll see if we have any loopholes of her coming up.
Yeah, her loopholes are interesting.
If you go back and watch my stream, by the way, you see all of Jodi's loopholes on my computer, by the way. So you see that. All right, I'll leave you with that. Have a good night.
Always delete your search history. From Mo.
Not legal advice, but just a general advice that don't leave traces. And don't leave your phone off or on, because that either means you're dead or the murderer. That's...
Well, I am a whole lot too drunk to stream anymore without divulging terrible, terrible drunk stories. So I will leave that to when I get 10,000 subscribers and get paid for all of my terrible, terrible drunk stories.
Yeah. That would, But I said I was going to aim for 4 hours. We have gone on for 5 hours, and I'm actually going to send you all over to Danny.
I will, Julia. I will drink water.
Yeah, and so will I. I will drink water in the shape of a beer, and
I will actually drink water. But I don't have a yellow suit, so.
No, you don't.
Maybe
I have, because Drunk me decided to buy sober me a yellow suit with tie.
Drunk me already bought me a bunch of crap from Timu that I have to figure it out. What I bought.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to send you all off to Dani Ans. Tell her that you came from my end of the woods. Like, subscribe to me and Mo, and I will see you in 12 hours doing Yodiaris phrasing.
Hey.
And if
You
Dani
did call her a
if
three-hole
Dani invites me
three-hole
over,
wonder.
it's all on her. But if you, as a chat, tells her to, she will probably do it and then regret it.
Probably.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. And well, I forgot. That's my swoop.
He's not an idiot. He's just Swedish.
I am leaving because I
Yeah.
am super drunk. And
Yeah.
I don't drunkness very often.
Okay, everybody. Talk to you later. Good to have you here, Mo. Talk to you later. And I see you all
bye.
on Dani Ann's stream. Yeah.
You are super drunk. I am super drunk. We are terrible, terrible friends.
And we live in opposites, and I'm glad we're not neighbors. That would be
That is how the apocalypse starts. We are
Yeah.
neighbors, and then the Antichrist is born somewhere. We
Yeah.
gotta go.
Yeah.
See you guys later.
See you,
Bye.
Mo. Good to have you here. Bye. And for the rest of y'all, thank you for being here. Thank you for the super chats and the memberships. And next time I'll see you, we will be talking about trials and court cases and evidence. And it will be snark. It will be laughs. But I need to get... If Dani doesn't invite me to her stream, I'll see you all in about 12 hours. Okay? And